responsible for the regulation of gas at NERSA. I will be chairing today's hearing. Joining me in this hearing today is Ms. Precious Sibia, who is the member of the Energy Regulator and the member of the Pipe Gas Subcommittee. I'd like Madam Sibia to greet the audience.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the members of the committee, to the NERSA team, and also to the members of the public joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to introduce Madam Nomalanga Sithole, who is the Chief Executive Officer as well as the member of the Pipe Gas Subcommittee. Madam Sithole.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to the members as well, and NERSA personnel and everyone that has joined us for this public hearing this morning. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the member primarily responsible for petroleum pipelines, and is the member of the PGS subcommittee, Mr. Musufukile Mkhize.
Greetings to you, Chairperson, fellow panelists, as well as the personnel of NERSA and everyone on the call. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are also joined by the member primarily responsible for electricity regulation and is also the member of the Pipe Gas Subcommittee, Mr. Willie Broad Majola.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Also a good morning to the team at NERSA, as well as a good morning to all the members of the public joining us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like again just to remind everyone that the hearing that we are holding this morning is the hearing that relates to the application that was submitted by Sasol Gas Pty Ltd for its application for the maximum gas price for the period starting 1st July 2026 until 30 June 2030. It is a multi-year price application from Sasol Gas. Just to indicate that this public hearing was duly advertised in various newspapers, including Cape Time, the Mercury, the Star, the Business Day, as well as the BELT. It was also posted in the NERSA website as required by the National Energy Regulator Act. And it was therefore advertised to request comments and representations from affected parties so that we give them the opportunity to submit their views as well as the relevant facts and evidence to the energy regulator. This will obviously assist the energy regulator in coming to an informed decision in terms of the application that is before us. This public hearing is governed by the NERSA rules in terms of public hearings that we hold at NERSA. And I will summarize some of those rules so that we can all observe these rules and assist us to then proceed smoothly during these proceedings. We would like to request that all parties that are going to make presentations, that they will do so under oath, and that the public hearing, as indicated, it is set down to consider the application that has been submitted by Sasol Gas, and that Sasol Gas requested to make an oral presentation in this public hearing. Sasol Gas has been allocated 1 hour to make its presentation, and then it will be followed by IGUASA. That is also given or allocated 1 hour for its presentation. It is important to note that only members of this panel may ask questions to these two presenters today. However, if there is a member of the public that would like to get clarification or bring any matter to our attention, if you would like to do so, will you please do so through the email address to eliezerdlamini@nersa.org.za. He will put this email address on the chat so that you can get it correctly. Then once we look at those questions of clarity from the members of the public, we will then decide how to deal with those questions and get clarity from the presenters so that you can get answers to your questions. Should presenters wish to present information they consider to be confidential, please inform the members of the panel so that the panel may decide whether we'll still want that information to be discussed in this hearing. Should we do so, we will then make sure that we clear the room or we get to a separate room so that we can hear that kind of information. Would like to also advise you that this hearing is recorded, and the recording of this hearing will be done through our recording systems as well as the live audio streaming on NERSA's social media pages, the channels, which is X or Twitter, and that will and other channels, and that will be the official record of this gathering. Just to inform you about the House rules so that we make sure that there will be no disruption of the proceedings. Please switch off your cell phone or put it on silent mode. Please make sure that the mic is always off and that your video is also always switched off, unless it is the presenters and they are requested to switch their videos and their cameras as well as their mics on. We also do not want the presenters to be disrupted, as we would like to hear every point that they make in this hearing. Please use the chat responsibly to contribute to a meaningful discussion through the public hearing session. As indicated, we received 2 requests for today's hearing. One comes from Sasol, being the applicant here. We've got Mr. Rudy Yesterman, as well as Mr. Johannes Mengis, as well as Ms. Corney De Beer from Sasol. From ICWASA team, we've got Mr. Yako Human, we've got Simon Lee, we've got Niam Haribai, we've got Jean Meyer, and we've got Marianne Wagner. They are also there. I think they are from Dennis law firm, and I think Jean Meyer is the senior counsel. I suppose is instructed by Dennis. I would like now to go straight to Sasol Gas so that we can start with our presentation.
Chair, sorry, if I might interject very, very quickly. Apologies for the intrusion. It's Peter Smith. I'm from the Johannesburg Bar. I'm instructed by Weber Wenzel attorneys, and Weber Wenzel represents Springlights Gas. I'm informed by my attorneys that Springlights Gas did in fact register their intention to make submissions at this hearing, and as the panel may have seen, Springlights Gas delivered their representations, their written representations on Friday in accordance with the deadline. So I just wanted to register our intention to make submissions as well. We don't think we'll be as long as ICWASA or Sasol. We'll probably need no more than 20 minutes with the panel's leave.
Thank you very much. I would like to check the panel. I think members, if you can just raise your hands just to indicate the support of including SLG during the presentation. So the agenda will change slightly after ICWASA. SLG will come in to deliver its presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that.
Okay. Let me check Mr. Jean Meyer.
Morning, Chair. It's Jean Meyering. I'm indeed on brief for Denise, by Denise for ICWASA. I just wanted to, at the outset, raise the following question so that it doesn't interrupt the flow of the hearing in due course. And that is just the point that we always make as legal representatives at these hearings, and in response to your characterization at the outset that everyone would make their presentations or...
Mr. John Meyer? Mr. John Mayer, can I give you that opportunity once it is your turn? As of now, I just need to deal with the procedural aspects so that we can be in a position to change the agenda slightly to accommodate Springlights Gas. There might have been an oversight. So I just want the members of the regulator at this moment to come in. I'll give you the opportunity later. Members of the energy regulator, with regards to the request from Springlights Gas to present today, I requested members to indicate whether or not they are in support. Members of the energy regulator, Springlights Gas. Thank you, Mr. Majola, and thank you, Madam Sbiya. I also support. Thank you, Madam Sitole, Mr. Mkize. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. I think that takes care of the agenda, the changes in the agenda. So Springlights Gas will come after Iguasa. Mr. Dlamini, if you can kindly remind us about that. Mr. John Mayer, can we take up that point when it is Iguasa's presentation? For now, can we allow Sasol to come in and do the presentation? And then when it is your time, you can indicate. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. I can then, if we can get Sasol to activate your camera.
Good morning,
Sasol,
Madam Chair. Good morning, attendees.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Morning, all present.
Thank you very much. Let me, I don't know how many people are going to speak, but let me then start with Mr. Mengis. Mr. Mengis, do you have any objections in taking the oath?
No.
All right. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to provide before this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your full names for the record as well as your designation at ESCOM.
My name is JP Menkes, and I am in the legal department at Sasol, supporting Sasol Gas in this public hearing, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me then go to Mr. Histerman. Do you have any objections in taking the oath, sir?
No, Chair.
May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to provide to this panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Are we going to have Ms. Corneille de Beer presenting, or she'll come in maybe during the questions and answers?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. If we need the support from Corneille during the question time, then we'll call on her at that point in time. As far as the presentation is concerned, I will handle the brunt of that, and with the support of Mr. Easterman, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. If you may start, the time is now 09:44. You may start with your presentation.
Right, I'm just trying to share the slides. There we go. Right, Madam Chair, yeah, as you've indicated in the introduction, this presentation relates to the Sasol Gas maximum gas price application for the period financial year 27 until the financial year 30. That covers the period from 1 July 2026 until 30 June 2030. There are certain forward-looking statements contained in our presentation. There is some forward future information regarding the anticipated gas volumes and pricing, and accordingly we just have to make the audience aware of the disclaimer regarding these forward-looking statements. And then by way of introduction, we've introduced the presentation team. The context in which this application is brought is the gas cliff that is facing the South African pipe gas market, and then also specifically the Sasol solution to mitigate and address the gas cliff by keeping the pipe gas market and continue supply to the pipe gas market until June 2030. And it's in that context that this application for the period from FY27 to FY30 is brought. We'll make some submissions in support of the application that is before the regulator, and then particularly the application asks for the approval by NERSA of the maximum gas price that will apply from 1 July 2026, which is the start of FY27. And then we are also in the application asking for NERSA to approve the method by which the quarterly adjustment of the maximum gas price will take place, and then for the remainder of the period of the multi-year duration of the application, there will be an adjustment on an annual basis of the trading cost element of the maximum gas price, as well as the EBITDA benchmark profit element as described in the 2023 NERSA maximum gas price methodology. And then as has been established during the past 2 financial years, the monitoring of these adjustments by NERSA will continue, and on a quarterly basis, Sasol Gas will submit full detail of the cost, the acquisition cost information, and the actual volumes acquired during the particular quarter in question, in order to enable NERSA to monitor the quarterly and annual adjustments that will cover the period for which the application is made. And we'll conclude the presentation just with restating the particular approvals that is sought in the application. Now, as I've indicated, the context of the application is the what has now become widely known as the so-called gas cliff that is facing the South African pipe gas market. As you can see in the image that is presented at the moment, the natural gas supply from Mozambique commenced in 2004. Over a period of time, it ramped up from a volume point of view, and the plateau supply in terms of the contractual arrangements, both on the supply side as well as the gas supply into the market, has continued for a period up until the end of financial year 24. At that time, the production volumes available from the resources in Mozambique started to decline, and this decline is basically causing the gas cliff, because it makes it impossible for Sasol Gas as the supplier to the market to continue to supply the gas volumes at that plateau volume levels that have been contractually agreed. The solution to this gas cliff, or this unavailability of gas from the current sources, is that alternative sources have to be identified and made possible. It is generally accepted at the moment, at least for the medium term, that the supply of liquid natural gas, or LNG, is the only feasible alternative supply solution that is a solution to the absence of adequate volumes of gas for the South African pipe gas market. But unfortunately, the development of the LNG supply projects have not reached a stage that would mean that by June 2028, when the available gas falls to a level below the gas volume required for Sasol internal consumption volumes, LNG will not be ready to make up that supply by June 2028. Now, in order to address the gap in supply in this bridge period from 2028 until 2030, Sasol Gas and the MRG gas producer, Sasol South Africa, has proposed a so-called MRG bridge that will enable the continued supply of gas to the pipe gas market for that period between 2028 and 2030. In order to make this MRG bridge possible, it would require an increase in the supply of MRG out of the Secunda production facilities. The current volumes that are supplied into the market from those facilities is approximately 21 to 22 petajoules per annum, which then combined with the natural gas supplied out of Mozambique makes up the approximately 180 petajoules of gas supplied to the total market in South Africa. As I indicated, in order to address the supply gap, the requirement would be that an additional 40 petajoules of MRG from the Secunda facilities would have to be made available. Now, it's also important to understand that the manufacturing facilities are not in a position to manufacture additional or increased volumes of MRG. The gasification facilities in the Secunda factory has a finite capacity of manufacturing MRG, which is part of the feedstock utilized to manufacture fuel and chemicals in the manufacturing complex in Secunda. So the reallocation of additional volumes of MRG out of those facilities is basically taking an additional 40 petajoules of MRG away from the feedstock that is normally utilized in order to manufacture fuel and chemicals in the Sasol South Africa manufacturing facilities. In order to make this MRG supply or this additional MRG supply to the market possible, there are two cost elements. In the first place, there is equipment reconfiguration that has to take place at the production facility itself in order to enable the extraction of an additional 40 petajoules of MRG out of the current gas loop. And then secondly, there is a configuration change that has to take place to the Sasol gas pipeline facilities in order to take the MRG also into the Zone 1 area of the Sasol gas pipeline network. The reallocation of MRG from the production of fuel and chemicals, as I've indicated, leads to a reduction in the possibility of the production of fuel and chemical in the production facilities in Secunda. And the indications are that with a planned 60 petajoules of MRG that will be supplied to the market in the period of FY28 and or beyond FY28 in FY29 and 30 would lead to an approximate reduction in production in Secunda of between 11 and 14%. And that additional production gap that is brought about will have to be in the fuel market, for example, be addressed by additional importation of fuel products. The application that Sasol Gas is bringing to get approval on a multi-year basis for the maximum gas price over this period is required in order to establish the economic viability of this proposed solution to keep the market online while the LNG projects are afforded a period to continue its development, because as you can understand, without the establishment of the viability of the project for the full duration, one would not be in a position to take the necessary investment decisions for the project to enable the continued supply to the market. If one are faced with the reduction in the gas supply as indicated by the projected production figures, taking into account the reduction of natural gas from the current sources in Mozambique, once the supplier Sasol gas then gets to the point where at the end of financial year 28, it is no longer economically viable to continue such supply, the one option that it faces is the termination or the cessation of the supply of gas to the external market. But in order to avoid that eventuality, the solution proposed by Sasol Gas and Sasol as the producer of MRG is to allocate this additional volume of methane-rich gas to the market in order to enable the continued supply until FY 2030, when hopefully and expected the LNG facilities would then be available to continue supply to the gas market in South Africa. On this slide, just in summary, as I've indicated, we are faced with the material decline in the production of natural gas from Mozambique. We already found ourselves in a situation that in FY 25, the gas volumes from the PPA area fell considerably below the contractual volumes. In order to address that reduction, there was additional investments made to install additional delivery facilities to continue the production of gas from that resource as far as possible. But even with the implementation of the so-called PDOP projects in order to continue the production from the PPA area, the reduction in volumes cannot be totally overturned. In addition to that, there was also gas acquired by Sasol gas from the PSA area, which is an area developed around the PPA. As you are aware, the gas from the PSA area is dedicated to the power project under construction in the Pandentamane area. But as a result of the fact that that power project hasn't been completed yet, it has been possible to acquire some of the gas out of that area in order to address the decline in the natural gas volumes from those resources. With these mechanisms, it was possible to maintain the supply of total gas to the market up until financial year 25. In financial year 26, as I've indicated, there is a shortfall of approximately 7% that has already occurred. And that 7% shortfall has been accommodated by natural attrition in the external market, and the balance of that through a reduction in the volumes supplied to the Sasol facilities themselves. It is anticipated that this deficit will continue and will grow in the period as explained, and particularly in FY 29 and FY 30, there is a material shortfall anticipated. And it's in order to address that shortfall that that the MRG bridging solution was developed. And as I've explained, that bridging solution anticipates the supply of 60 petajoules of gas from the Secunda facilities in order to keep the piped gas market supplied in this period after 2028. In the development of this project and in considering the technical and economic viability of making this additional volume available out of the production facilities in Secunda, it transpired that the existing contractual price that was charged for the 21 petajoules of MRG under the existing contract, that price was substantially below the actual manufacturing cost of the MRG. As a result, that the consequence was that the supplier of the MRG indicated to Sasol Gas as the trader that the only basis on which the supply of MRG can be sustained going forward and can indeed be increased as is contemplated by this MRG bridge solution is by ensuring that the price at which the MRG is supplied is a cost-reflective price. And to that end, a cost-reflective increased MRG price have been implemented between Sasol South Africa and Sasol Gas with effect from 1 January 2026. That, as you will see in the calculation of the maximum price going forward, that obviously creates an increase in the maximum gas price. And in order to address and mitigate the effect of that for external customers in the calculation of the maximum gas price for which Sasol Gas is requesting approval by NERSA, there has been certain mitigation measures included in the calculation in order to buffer the impact of that price increase. So if one looks at the methodology and the approach that Sasol Gas adopted in the application that it is making for the maximum gas price application, the first point of departure is that in the context of the declining volumes that's available for supply, the point of departure for Sasol is to continue to keep the external piped gas market supplied for this bridge period up until the end of FY 2030 in an attempt to enable and to create time for the LNG projects to actually be developed. From the calculation of the price in the application, the basis is the application of the cost plus methodology as it is set out in the 2023 NERSA maximum gas price methodology. The application, as Madam Chair has indicated, is a multi-year application for the 4-year period. So that covers the 2 years up until FY 28 when the bridge becomes as material as indicated earlier in the presentation, and then also the additional 2 years thereafter to bridge the arrival of the LNG. So this 4-year period is also, as I've explained, required in order to provide the necessary certainty about the price methodology that will apply during this 4-year period in order to enable and underscore the financial investment decision for the capital required in order to make the necessary equipment reconfiguration that is required in order to supply the additional MRG to the market. So coming back to the basis being the cost plus methodology as set out in the NERSA methodology, as we are all probably by now aware, The first element in the calculation of the maximum gas price according to that methodology is the cost of acquisition of the gas. Now, Sasol Gas purchases three types of gas, natural gas having been the largest component up until now and will continue to be so up until FY28, after which the volumes drop away substantially. The second one is the MRG, which is currently 21 petajoules and will then in 2028 increase to the 60 petajoules that I've referred to. And then there is a small stream of fuel gas, which is slightly below 1 petajoule that is supplied in the Sasolburg area. Now, from a cost of acquisition point of view, the production contracts or the prices at which the producers sell the gas to the trader, that falls outside of the direct jurisdiction of regulation of of NERSA as the gas regulator. However, in order to enable NERSA to evaluate and confirm the accuracy of the basis on which the maximum gas price is calculated, both the contracts in terms of which this gas is acquired by Sasol Gas, as well as the supporting detail regarding the price calculations in terms of these supply agreements, have been shared on a confidential basis with the regulator as part of the price application process, and as has been the case indeed over the period since 2023 when this methodology was adopted. As far as natural gas is concerned, the gas comes out of the two areas that I've referred to before, the PPA area and the PSA area. And as far as the price of this gas is concerned, the different tranches of gas supplied in terms of the base facilities and supplied in terms of the additional delivery facilities that have been installed in order to continue the supply from the PPA area. Those different tranches of gas comes at different prices, and the PSA, the gas from the PSA area also comes at the contractual price agreed for that as was sanctioned by the Mozambican authorities when that gas supply agreement was approved. The acquisition cost in terms of these contracts are adjusted with a basket of various crude oil derived commodities. There is an element of USA PPI also in the price elements, as well as South African PPI. And because the fact that these acquisition prices are dollar denominated, the exchange rate over the quarter used for the calculation of the acquisition cost of natural gas, the exchange rate also influences that calculation. As far as the MRG is concerned, as I've indicated, the contract between Sasol Gas and the MRG supplier provides now for a cost-reflective price of the MRG molecule supplied out of the Secunda facility. It's important to note that this price, even though the allocation of MRG is away from the production of other products like fuel and chemicals in the Secunda facilities, the price of the MRG is not based on an alternative value calculation or an opportunity cost type of calculation, but is based on the actual underlying cost elements of the manufacturing of the MRG. It's just incidental to note that this cost approach obviously also provides for less volatility, because you can just imagine if that MRG price was linked also to oil oil prices and oil derivatives over the past 3 months as a result of the war in the Middle East, there was quite a level of volatility and increase in those cost elements or in those price elements of commodities of that nature. The cost drivers for MRG, and which also then forms the basis of the quarterly adjustment of the MRG cost, is coal, oxygen, electricity, carbon cost, which is determined with reference to the carbon tax element, and then there is plant operational cost as well. It's in this case also important to note that that operational cost is limited to the actual operational cost in the Secunda plant and doesn't include any cost related to the group nature of or membership of the supplier. As far as the fuel gas is concerned, as I've indicated, it's a small stream, but just for completeness sake, the price for fuel gas is also a cost-reflective price, and the cost drivers and the cost elements of fuel gas is natural gas, oxygen, which comes at a different price because that's obviously supplied in Sasolburg, and then there is also RSA PPI component for the operational element of the cost of the fuel gas. So that's the cost of acquisition. When it comes to the trading cost element being the second element of the calculation, that is calculated with on the basis as set out in the NASA methodology. And as far as there were some comments about the detailed calculation elements of that reflected in the consultation document published by NASA, Sasol has addressed that in the written response submitted to the regulator. The intention is not to go into that level of detail for purposes of this presentation. That brings us to the third element, and that's the profit element. Now, the methodology refers to the 5-year average EBITDA of the 5 proxy companies that's determined in the methodology. The 5-year period for which this EBITDA benchmark was calculated is the 5 years of 2020 up until 2024. And in our application, just as in the previous maximum gas price applications, one of the companies was replaced by its subsidiary UGI Utilities because the latter meets the criteria stated in the methodology for these proxy companies more accurately. And we've persisted with that approach in the calculation of the EBITDA figure. As I've indicated earlier, in order to mitigate the impact of the increase of the acquisition cost of MRG, as well as the affordability of the piped gas over the period for which the maximum gas price approval is sought, Sasol Gas has introduced in its calculation of the maximum gas price 2 mitigation measures. The first one is that even though in the MRG bridge period, the actual supply of gas will, as far as the external market is concerned, be MRG for the entire market, the calculation of the maximum gas price will continue to include the lower cost natural gas as well as the MRG cost and fuel gas in the calculation. And that obviously results in the fact that, notwithstanding the fact that customers will only receive MRG in that 2-year period, the advantage of the different price levels will still be afforded, so that there is an element of equal misery sharing of this reduction of the gas volumes from Mozambique. And then secondly, the in the calculation of the profit element, the calculation that Sasol has put forward in its application is that the EBITDA margin is calculated on the natural gas cost element of the calculation. And that rand value of the EBITDA margin calculated for the natural gas cost is then utilized on an equal basis on the MRG and fuel gas part of the calculation, rather than utilizing the entire EBITDA margin on the higher MRG and fuel gas cost elements of the calculation. We've noted in the NERSA consultation document that the approach taken by NERSA in the calculation is contrary to the provisions of the 2023 maximum gas price methodology. NERSA applies the EBITDA margin as a markup rather than a margin. That obviously has a similar mitigation effect in resulting in a lower maximum gas price, similar to the approach that Sasol has taken. Lastly, the application then suggests that we will continue with a quarterly adjustment of the maximum price. This aligns with the underlying quarterly adjustment of the acquisition cost in terms of the contract, in terms of which the gas is acquired, and that maintains the principle of keeping the cost as close to the movements in the market, whether that is based on the adjustment elements of the price, an adjustment upwards or downwards, that quarterly change in the underlying cost is passed through to the market as close as possible to the time that it occurs. However, that acquisition or that adjustment is based on the actual volumes and the actual acquisition costs, and in order to enable the verification of those actual costs, the adjustment is lagged by a quarter in order to put Sasol Gas and NERSA in a position to monitor the adjustment before it is implemented. There will then also, according to the application that we have made, we then request that NERSA approves that the trading cost calculated in accordance with the methodology will be adjusted on an annual basis, and the EBITDA calculation will obviously also be updated on an annual basis in order to cater for the most recent 5-year period as contemplated in the methodology. And in the third quarter of each year, together with the information submitted to NERSA regarding cost and volumes, to substantiate the adjustment, these annual adjustments will also be submitted to NERSA for monitoring prior to the implementation. Paragraph 4 of the methodology requires that in the case of a multi-year application, this information is submitted on that basis to NERSA prior to implementation by the licensee. So in summary, we've dealt with the different sources that form the basis for the calculation of the acquisition cost, as well as the intended additional 40 petajoules of MRG that will be put in the market for the FY 29 and 30 period in order to enable the MRG bridge solution. In our application, as indicated, the multi-year application covers the 2-year period up until FY 28, but also the 2-year period beyond that. And as explained, this multi-year approval is required in order to ensure the certainty from a price point of view to enable the financial investment decision and the implementation of the project, in the absence of which the supply or the continued supply of pipeline gas will be economically not viable, and therefore it would not be possible for Sasol Gas to continue as a trader with the supply once the gas cliff reaches the level of the level of supply that makes the continued supply to the external market economically viable. As indicated, the methodology adopted in the calculation and in the application is based on the 2023 NERSA maximum gas price methodology. The three elements, the acquisition cost, the trading cost, and then the profit margin, with the change in the profit margin where the rand value of the profit margin calculated on the natural gas cost will be similarly applied to the MRG and fuel gas elements of the calculation. And then from an adjustment point of view, the request is the approval of a quarterly adjustment with a quarter lag, and then obviously on a quarter basis and annually the necessary data and underlying information to be supplied to NERSA in order to monitor and verify the accuracy of the adjustment calculations, and to confirm, as has been done over the past 4 quarters, to confirm to the market the verification prior to the implementation of that adjusted price, as has become the practice. So from a calculation point of view, the explanation that I provided is that one has the acquisition cost of each of the streams of the gas. There's then the trading cost, which is the same amount, which is then applied to each of the acquisition costs. That gives you a subtotal of the cost of each of the streams. Then based on the EBITDA figure over the 5-year period, which is currently in the order of 35%, that EBITDA margin is then applied onto the cost of the natural gas. That gives then a rand amount, and that same rand amount is then applied as the profit element in the MRG and fuel gas. That gives a maximum price for each of the streams of gas based on the three elements dictated by the 2023 maximum gas price methodology, and then based on the actual quarterly volumes acquired of each of the gas streams. Those maximum prices are then weighted in order to get to the price that we are applying for. And as indicated, this 102.15 rand will be applied at 1 July for the quarter up until the end of September, and then the first quarterly adjustment based on the change in or the actual weighting based on the volumes during the next quarter and the actual acquisition cost in that quarter. That first adjustment will then take place on the 1st of October. We will continue to implement the 5% discount for traders and reticulators, and that will result on the 1st of July for in a maximum price for traders and resellers at the 97.04 rand price level. So in conclusion, the context in which we are bringing this application is the continued depletion of the available natural gas sources from the gas production facilities in southern Mozambique. If that reduction in the overall available gas for supply to the market is not addressed through some sort of intervention, it would mean that by the end of financial year 28, it will no longer be economically viable to continue the supply of gas to the external market. However, we are aware of the fact that in order for LNG projects that are envisaged to be economically viable themselves, and also to continue to supply to the current customers of piped gas. A interruption of supply at the end of financial year 28 for a 2 year or longer period would basically render LNG very difficult, if not impossible. And in order to address that, the proposal that Sasol, together with the gas producers, are making is to continue the supply of piped gas to the external market for this period up until FY 2030. There's 3 ways in which Sasol is affected through this proposal. The one is that to the extent that these shortfalls, as indicated earlier in the presentation, is larger than or cannot be met by the additional MRG, the situation is that the supply to the external market will continue, and the additional shortfall may have to be accommodated by a reduction in supply to Sasol itself. Secondly, the proposal proposed by Sasol will redirect MRG, which is a feedstock for the production of fuel and chemicals in its Secunda facilities, to the external market. And indications are that in FY 29 and 30, that reallocation of the MRG could result in a 11 to 14% reduction in production for the Sasol facilities in Secunda. And then thirdly, in order to address and assist with gas affordability in the market, as I've explained in the calculation of the maximum gas price, there is the 2 mitigation measures that Sasol has included in the proposed calculation, for which it's now seeking approval by the regulator, namely the continued utilization of both the lower cost of natural gas as well as the higher cost of MRG in the calculation, and therefore essentially introducing a level of a equal misery in the reduction of the natural gas from Mozambique. But then secondly, also addressing a revised approach to the profit element in the price in order to reduce the overall impact of the cost on the maximum gas price. The impact of that change in approach in the EBITDA margin is approximately 8 to 9% on the maximum price that Sasol Gas is asking approval for. It's lastly also very important to understand that if the continued supply of piped gas beyond June 28 to the market proves uneconomical, then the unavailability of sufficient gas volumes from the combined sources out of Mozambique and the production facilities in Secunda will make it impossible for Sasol Gas to continue. And it's on that basis that Sasol Gas is then requesting the approval of the application as presented to the regulator. We are asking for the approval of the maximum gas price to apply from the 1st of July for the first quarter, with the inclusion of the 5% discount for traders and reticulators. We then further ask the approval by NASA of the quarterly adjustment of this maximum gas price based on the underlying cost and volumes of acquisition, and on an annual basis a recalculation of the trading cost and the EBITDA profit element at the start of each of the subsequent financial years, namely financial year 28, 29, and 2030, on the basis that the underlying data and information supporting those calculations will be made available to NASA for monitoring and evaluation prior to the implementation of such adjusted prices during the period of the approved maximum gas price as applied for. I've indicated, we confirm that we will continue to apply the 5% discount to the price for traders and reticulators, and then as has become the practice over the past 3 or 4 quarters, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, in addition to the monthly reporting to NASA, Sasol will provide the calculation of the quarterly adjustment to NASA in order to review that prior to the implementation of the quarterly adjustment as approved in terms of the application. Madam Chair, that is our submissions with regards to the application before NASA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menkes. You've saved us 15 minutes from the allocated time. I would like now to invite the members of the energy regulator to pose questions of clarity on this application. Members, if you could raise your hands if you have questions of clarity. Okay, let me start off with Mr. Mkhize and then followed by Madam Sbiya.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks, Mr. Menkes and the team. Just a few questions on my side. First, I would just like to understand if you have already had an engagement with your customers as well as the technical staff at NERSA to look at the details of this bridge project, just to understand just the basis of the project itself, I mean, before you put the layer of the financial implications and other implications, just that kind of understanding. And with that, just to confirm whether my understanding is correct, that none of the of your customers are going to be receiving natural gas, but only MRG henceforth, I mean, from the 1st of July, as you said. And you are going to be ones receiving. And the understanding of this 11 to 14% reduction in the other product slates, which mainly says fuel and petrochemicals. So I'd like to understand that aspect. As you know, that you also regulate petroleum products, just to understand what the impact there is going to be and how that is going to be accommodated when one looks at it in a holistic manner. On slide 15, you indicated that there's going to be 21 picojoule per annum reduction and then a 40. But when you go to 29 to 30, you talk of 60 picojoule. Is it a rounding off or what is happening? The shortfall. You said 60 picojoule instead of maybe 61 or whatever. Just want to understand that aspect. On slide 7, I think it would be appreciated if you can also favor us with the timelines on the x-axis, because they are not showing there, just to get an idea on slide 7. And then you as you spoke here of the, I see slide 8, the change in production slate, the customers, you're going to sign contract, because this is an alternative in view of the gas cliff. And if you've got that kind of an alternative, then the question is, what if some other alternatives come in? Do we find the customers locked into your solution or not? Just want to understand that, because it's an alternative. And just if you have looked at other alternatives, and then secondly, just to highlight the issues of also from your side, trying to be more efficient. The efficiency, because you know that when it comes to efficiency, it's like embedded in the price determination, as pointed to by the Act and the regulations. Yeah, I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Let's go to Madam Spear.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Sasol team presenters. Chair, on my side, I'm looking at just from an information side, because what you've presented here, it's a period that is critical, which is June 28 to 30 to FY 30. That talks about the LNG challenges due to the gas cliff, and then coming up with the bridge project to close that gap that happens between 28 and 30. And obviously it has cost implication because of that intervention that needs to happen. That part, I do partly understand, because whenever you do a new investment, that's what will happen. It will cost more going forward. But for me, where I'm now looking at is you are also stating that you have seen a challenge that the supply of MRG might be economical. So I'm looking at then to say, from your side, in your view, looking at the period beyond 2030, where do we stand with regards to going back and increasing LNG in order to balance the increase that is going to happen if we implement MRG? Because then if we continuously say that is a future, we have an affordability issue. So my question is around that part. For how long after 2030 is the picture going to remain where LNG is going down and MRG is going up? Because that affects the average price going forward, and it will become unaffordable. So I'm looking for the future to say, for how long is this a short-term issue or is it a long-term issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Spear. Let's go to Madam Stolle. Madam Stolle.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and thanks to Mr. Menkes for the presentation. I've got 2 points of clarity which relates to slide 19. I think in the presentation of that slide, it's indicated that MRG is not meant to mitigate the gas cliff, but it's intended to mitigate the impact thereof, and hence it's deemed to be a transitional mechanism until LNG becomes available. If I have read that point in the presentation correctly, my question then is the MRG the only transitional mechanism that Sasol has looked at? And secondly, looking at the presentation as well, is that it seems to have an impact on customers, and the impact seems to be an increase over the application period. And my question then is Sasol deeming this to be going to be affordable to the customers? Because I did see again in slide 14 where they've highlighted they're suggesting two mitigation elements that they believe will ensure that whatever the price that's coming with the MRG will be affordable. And I just wanted to raise a question linked to that as to what are the views of Sasol's customer in relation to those suggestions, because considering the cost of the implication, or rather the cost implication related to the MRG. Thank you, Chairperson. Those are just my 2 points for clarity in relation to MRG. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Sithole. Mr. Mkhize, let me allow you before I come in with questions of clarity. If you wanted to add, Mr. Mkhize, your hand's up.
Thank you. Just 2 things. I noticed that on the other slide, you were talking of plant operational cost, and you're saying that you're including group related costs. I just wanted to understand that, as to maybe if you can clarify that, so that you don't find a situation where maybe in future such costs then get included. And my other question is, I would like to understand, is cost neutrality the driver for you if you look at your whole product slate? In the sense that I'm asking that question, in the sense that with the reduction in the other cost in the other product elements, you could have a situation where, because they are cyclical also, where they actually are not bringing so much profit in any event, and the cost is lowered. Are you going to make an adjustment that is also informed by that, in the sense that you are saying in this supply you seek to remain cost neutral at the end of the day? Just want to get the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menkis and Mr. Histerman. I hope that you have that long list, because I also have questions of clarity, which I believe are also important for us in applying our regulatory rigor in terms of this application before us. Now, I just want to, because in as much as this is a transition era, the MRG is not a new standalone greenfield gas source. We have been regulating MRG at NERSA. There has been a price for MRG, and a price that has always been brought by Sasol before the regulator for MRG. So MRG has always been produced as part of the integrated Sasol value chain, where coal gasification costs are shared across multiple products. Your fertilizers, your chemicals, and the fuel, petrol, and all of that you are producing. Now, the question that I have, is this proposed MRG price based on the incremental cost of producing additional MRG? Because remember, we've got the volumes that were always produced, and there was always a price, and there has never been a case made to NERSA that that price is not sufficient all these years, almost 20 years. Now, I would like to understand, with that MRG that has always been produced and the additional MRG that will now be allocated to the gas, or to the external customers, to the gas industry, is it on an incremental cost of producing additional volumes? I think for us, it is quite important for incremental cost purposes. And I would also want to understand, are we facing a situation where Sasol is attempting to recover a larger share of these historical synfuels cost through gas customers. The distribution, because we know that the coal gasification is not just for MRG. It is for all of the variety of products that are being produced through that coal gasification. So it's important for us to then just understand that. I think the other thing that and in terms of the Sasol presenting to the regulator the shared costs so that we can see the contribution apportioned to MRG vis-a-vis the contribution to the other products that Sasol is producing through the same gasification process. Diesel, petrol, chemicals, fertilizers, feedstock, and all of that. So there's obviously the common cost there. So we would like to understand the methodology, if you can provide us with that, the methodology that Sasol has used in the allocation of the shared cost. As we all know that the approach of allocating shared cost is always a subjective one. And it is important for the regulator that we get to the bottom of that. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to exercise our due diligence in respect of this application, if you can assist us with that. These common costs, some of them, I think you did mention the issue of the oxygen plant that you've included. You mentioned electricity. We would like to understand all of those costs relating to even the overheads, if they have changed, the gasifiers, oxygen, you know, and the other costs that are part of that sort of ecosystem in synfuels. Then let me just also understand here in terms of the question around this the incremental cost, just to understand if there are any costs. I take note of what you have already indicated on the slide, but I would like to understand if there are any other costs that Sasol has allocated to this MRG that have not been mentioned in the slide that you have already shared with us, where you indicated the oxygen and the electricity and so forth. I do want to understand that so that I can get a better sense in respect of the incremental cost that may have been caused by the additional MRG. Then I would like to also, well, I think the issue of what then customers will, you know, what is it? What customers they will have to pay is something that is actually, you know, genuinely incurred for purposes of their benefit, as opposed to taking cost and other costs that are now going to be distributed to the MRG customers and taken away from the other products that Sasol is producing. May I also just find out for my own clarity, I haven't checked the entire application, as obviously it is the staff that is looking at that. Is Sasol, with regards to the total volumes that we have always regulated for MRG, is Sasol repricing all of the MRG volumes, including the MRG that was always there, or just the additional volumes? Is there some repricing of all MRG volumes? If you can try to assist me with that. I think I've already asked, I'm looking at my notes here, I've already asked about the allocation methodology that Sasol used in respect of the shared cost and the other cost. That is already asked. what is the reason for Sasol in terms of now allocation of the gas volumes, the supply volumes, noting that Sasol is operating in a regulated industry and the Gas Act avoids a discrimination? If Sasol is saying that, well, this interim measure is only meant for non-Sasol affiliated companies, it seems then from that statement, if I'm correct, that the natural gas coming from Mozambique, there will be preferential allocation to Sasol affiliated companies. And whilst the external customers are going to then be assisted or at least get the MRG. I just want to understand what is the rationale, what informed that, given that Sasol is operating in a regulated space? And did you fully appreciate the implications of doing that kind of allocation and therefore doing some curtailment when it comes to industrial customers, for instance, and other customers? May I also just understand, with the MRG coming from Secunda, how is it going to work for customers that are inland? You know, as you know, that you will have the GNP pipeline from Secunda, you know, the Secunda Sasolburg pipeline and the Secunda Springs pipelines, the two parallel pipelines. How are we going to deal with the customers that used to get natural gas in Gauteng and all of that? Because the MRG was always through the Middleburg and KZN. I just want to understand now with regards to the shortfall, how is that going to work? At least that will also give us a sense as to who is going to be affected by this change that is happening. Okay, and then I just want to again understand from Sasol. As you know, that NERSA has already started a process. I'm hoping that you are aware that NERSA has started a process of reviewing its maximum price methodology. And that is important also because of all of the transition that is happening. And the LNG going to come into the market. And maybe there will also be onshore gas that could be coming to the market. So the regulator needs to be ready. So given the fact that the regulator has already started a process of amending its maximum gas price, and now Sasol is applying for a multi-year up to 2030, June 2030. How is Sasol expecting this to happen? Because obviously, as an investor, and now you are applying for this, NERSA obviously will be cautious of approving, especially during this sensitive period, approving multi-year prices, whilst at the same time the regulator has embarked on a process that is to revise its maximum gas price. I would like just to hear you on that as to how can we treat that kind of a situation. I do understand the certainty from your side if you were to proceed with the MRG, but at the same time, it is also important that you do take note that at the time of applying for this, you know that the regulatory framework is going to change, and that is important for the regulator to point it out, so that whatever decisions that are taken, then at least you knew upfront is not something that is going to change in the middle. So how do we deal with that kind of a situation? And then the last question that I would like, or in fact, it's not the last, the other question that I would like to find out, why I heard you about the quarterly adjustments, but why can't it be that Sasol provides quarterly information so that the regulator is aware of any changes in the cost, so that customers also are made aware of the changes that are happening on the cost, and then that information can be made public so that the customers may also be aware of the impact they make or the likely impact on their business, as opposed to making adjustments quarterly, and instead of making these adjustments on an annual basis and doing some reconciliation on an annual basis, whilst we get the quarterly information and customers are made aware of any changes. That will also give the regulator an opportunity, for transparency purposes, for the regulator to do its verification based on that quarterly information, as opposed to getting pressure of getting that quarterly information, having to do some adjustments instead of doing this on an annual basis. I just want you to consider that aspect. The other critical issue that I would like to find out from Sasol is whether Sasol has engaged with its customers, the external customers, so that Sasol can understand the price sensitivity analysis issues, as well as the elasticity issues. This is very important, particularly for this change, to also have a perspective if you are coming up with a solution for customers, and as part of affordability purposes, that when there's going to be a price shock and a substantial increase, you understand what is going to be the tipping point. It is quite important that when you then come before us, you would have done your own work, that you have tested the market as you come up with these increases, and you fully understand the affordability, as opposed to having or tackling the affordability test only from saying that, oh, well, from our side, we think that we can do some adjustment on the EBITDA, or we can do a weighted average price. But do you understand the market that you are serving? Do you understand what could be the cause of demand destruction from the market that you are serving? Because we do want to understand, as you know, that competition in the considerations in the Gas Act are quite critical, and therefore it becomes quite critical to understand that with the change in price, how likely are the customers, especially in a monopoly situation, if you are changing the price, what is the likely reaction of the customers that you are serving? That for us is important in two angles, so that we can understand the price sensitivity, the SNP test that needs to be done from the elasticity purposes, and perhaps not just the elasticity, but even price sensitivity, because sometimes some customers might well be that they are captive customers. They've already invested in production processes that are gas fired, and therefore, even if they don't leave gas or switch to others, but there will be some other economic harm that is caused in the different sectors of the economy, given your customers. Linked to this question, Sasol, I would like to understand from your perspective, and it's quite important because you're making an application, and this question will also go to the customers. What is linked to this is the competitiveness analysis that you have probably done through your price elasticity of demand, as well as the price sensitivity analysis. Did you think about the competitiveness or the extent to which the price increase is likely to cripple the competitiveness or the competitive opportunities of the industrial customers when they are producing, and also for those that are exporting, how this price is going to affect them. And this is obviously part and parcel of the economic analysis from our side that we have to embark on. Hence, we want to hear from your side. We will also want to hear from the side of customers, so that at the end of the day, we do our verification on this aspect. Let me stop here for now, but I think the other issue as well that you probably need to just take into account is the compounded annual growth rate. If you're looking at, for instance, the current price of 87 rands per gigajoule, this up to 30th of June, the price that we have, and then you look at, is it 171 in 2030, the 4 years gap, you are looking at approximately, say, 18 point something percent annualized growth rate. And I am asking myself if this is the realistic productivity growth rate for the industries, and even for Sasol itself. Are you also able to achieve that growth rate on an annual basis? And now, if we're looking at 18%, for instance, because of the price increases, if we're to annualize them over the 4-year period. I hope that you do understand that I'm taking it from 87 rands as a maximum as of now, then go to the 2030, the 171, and then you annualize that and compounded annualized growth rate. And then I'm saying that it gets to the double digit. And the question is whether even the industrial customers are able to achieve that on an annual basis, even for Sasol itself to achieve something like that. And obviously this will have an impact on customers, given the price increases, if one were to look into that. I would like to stop here for now, and maybe there will be a second round of questions if members do have other questions. Over to you, Sasol guest.
Yeah, that's a mouthful of questions. So let's try and see how we can deal with that. Really, I'm gonna do the first bit, and then to the extent that there's certain of the questions that's of a more technical nature, I'll refer them to you. I think, Madam Chair, to start with the set of questions that you've posed, I think there's two very, very important point of departures that we have to take into account. The first one is the market and Sasol as the supplier of gas into the market is faced with a situation that the volumes of gas that was previously available for supply into the market is no longer available. And in that context, the deliveries of other gas made, or there was gas available from other sources, or LNG was already available into South Africa, then obviously the discussion that we were having today would have looked totally different. Unfortunately, none of those alternative gas sources are available. And the solution that Sasol has come up with is basically to say, well, in the interest of the long-term viability of the pipe gas market, what Sasol is proposing and willing to do is to take a portion of the feedstock that Sasol utilizes to manufacture the products that it manufactures in Secunda, and for a period of time make that available to the market in order to bridge this gap that we are talking about. Now, when Sasol, as a trader and as a licensee, approached NERSA for the approval of a maximum gas price for this period in question, not only is the requirement for NERSA to take that reality into consideration, but as the Gas Act and the gas regulations dictate, it is also important for NERSA, in considering the maximum gas price application, to strike a balance ultimately between the interests of the supplier and the interests of the market that will ultimately face the approved price that Sasol is requesting NERSA to approve. In that context, the way that Sasol Gas has approached the calculation of the price that it is putting before NERSA for approval is an attempt to already assist NERSA in striking that balance between the supplier's interest and the interest of the customers in the market. Now, to that extent, I can confirm that in the engagement with our customers, it's a journey that has a long history. I mean, you would recall the fact that initially the indications were that even in FY26, the supply of gas would have come to an end. And we have disclosed that to our customers within good time in order to allow customers to seek alternatives and to come up with alternative solutions. Through the additional investment that I've highlighted in the presentation and particular steps that Sasol has taken in order to elongate the production from the current supply sources, we've managed to move the point at which the gas is no longer sufficiently available to continue the supply to the market to June 2028. And in addition to that, the plan, the technical plan that Sasol is putting before the market and NERSA is this bridge where we then take additional MRG out of the factory and make that available to continue the supply to the existing customers for a further 2 years, in an attempt to provide space and time for these LNG projects to be developed further. So when it comes to this particular technical proposal with regards to the MRG bridge of taking the 21 petajoules of MRG up to a 60 petajoules of MRG from 2028 onwards, that has been communicated to customers, and we've had intense and extensive engagement with customers in explaining our thinking, explaining the consequences, and that there was a series of communications that took place with all of the Sasol Gas customers in April of 2025. There were meetings with customers. There were written communication explaining the proposal, the consequences of the proposal. There was a further update in November 2025 when we had clarity of the basis and the approach that we intend to follow in the price application that is currently before the regulator. We again had a series of meetings with customers. We've also had a series of written communication to customers to explain the intended approach that we intended to adopt. In January, after we after we submitted the price application to the regulator, and once the application was published for public comment, again there was a customer information session that took place in March, where all customers, and there was a invitation to the NASA team as well to basically be part of that discussion, where again the approach and the consequences of the approach was communicated to customers. And then there was also a written communication issued to all customers indicating the intention of the change in the MRG from June 2028 onwards. And in that communication, there was a request to customers to indicate their intention and their willingness to continue with the purchase of piped gas on that basis of the increased supply of MRG. So from that point of view, the work, Madam Chair, that you referred to in establishing the ability or the interest of customers to go along with this this proposed change in supply, we've taken quite extensive measures in ensuring that customers are aware and are in a position to indicate their position with regards to this MRG breach that we are planning. As far as the price that we are applying for is concerned, in our economic analysis of the price and taking into account the applicable margins that is contained in the price as part of the calculation based on the 2023 maximum price methodology, we are of the view that the margins on this increased price does fall within the range of competitive pricing and is accordingly acceptable from that point of view.
What is that competitive measure, the competitive benchmark that you have used to say it's appropriate?
It is
given the low cost of what the market is accustomed to. Just to clarify, your competitive test or benchmark that you have used.
Yeah, my understanding, Madam Chair, is that the benchmark used in that regards is the benchmarks that comes from the different rulings by the competition authorities regarding the price levels that would fall within a excessive or non-excessive level, and that is the analysis that we're undertaking. When it comes to your question about the methodology review, I think it's important to understand that we understand that in future, when LNG is to be supplied into the market, clarity is still required on exactly what the price methodology is that would be applicable to that source of gas. With regards to the 4-year period to which this maximum gas price application is made for, the anticipation is not that there would be any alternative or different sources that would become available during that period, and naturally the maximum price approval issued by NERSA on the basis of the application will apply to the sources of gas that are included in as basis in this application. So from that point of view, I think it's important for the market as well as NERSA to understand that in order for us to get a price approval, at the point in time when that application is made, the methodology that is in place and which is the regulatory framework within which that application can be made is the 2023 methodology. And from that point of view, in our view, taking into account the need for certainty about the price approach during this 4-year period in order to make the investment decisions that are necessary to implement the different changes to the facilities in order to enable the supply of additional MRG. It's the appropriate approach to utilize the current methodology for this application. Obviously, to the extent that at a future time LNG becomes available, we anticipate that at that point in time, price applications will have to be launched to deal with that source of gas in accordance with whatever the price methodology is at that point in time. You've asked a question about the MRG supply to the inland or the zone 1 of the pipeline network. Now, I think to answer that question, that links also a little bit to the question, Madam Chair, that you asked about, you know, the issue of incremental cost, etc., etc. I think it's important again to note that the MRG supply that we are talking about for the period from now until June 2028, there will be a continued supply of approximately 20 or 21 petajoules of MRG going forward. We anticipate at the end of FY28, so for FY29 and 30, there will then be a change where an additional 40 petajoules plus that 20, then that's where the 60 petajoules of MRG comes from, will be required in order to supply gas, the gas to the external market. Now, from a technical point of view, it is not possible to commingle natural gas and MRG into the system, because my understanding is that in order to be able to do that, there is considerable, taking into account the reducing volumes of natural gas flowing into the system, there would be considerable compression equipment required in order to be able to put natural gas into the system as well. So the intention of the MRG Bridge project, Madam Chair, is that from the middle of 2028, so the start of financial year 29, what will happen is that inland zone, or zone 1 of the pipeline, will then also, just like the SWM and the KwaZulu-Natal part of the network, will then also be supplied by MRG, and therefore the full external market of approximately 60 petajoules will then be served by MRG, and natural gas will be supplied from a molecule point of view physically into the Sasol facilities. Notwithstanding that supply configuration, because the different streams of gas acquired by Sasol Gas all comprise the piped gas that Sasol Gas supplies, the price calculation will continue to take into account all of the different acquisition cost elements. And it's on that basis that the customers will not, as a result of the fact that from a molecule point of view they are receiving MRG, they will not be excluded from the advantage of that lower acquisition cost of the natural gas, because the price calculation will continue to include the all three of the acquisition cost elements. So it's important to understand that. with regards to your question about incremental cost, as I indicated in my presentation, we are not talking about the manufacturing of additional MRG. The way that the manufacturing facilities in Secunda operates is that as part of the gasification, the coal gasification to which you referred, there is then also the MRG, which is manufactured in that process, and that ultimately forms the feedstock that goes into the factory for the manufacturing of the liquid fuels products as well as the chemical products. What we are talking about is that out of the available quantity of MRG, instead of the 20 or 21 petajoules that is currently extracted from the system, from 2028 onwards, there will now be extracted 60 petajoules from the system. So there's no incremental or additional cost that comes about. It's not additional manufacturing that takes place. It's merely a fact of an additional quantity of MRG that is extracted from the system and is then put into the pipeline network. In order to enable that, there is a pipeline configuration that has to be done inside of the Secunda facility, and at the inlet to the Zone 1 part of the Sasol gas pipeline network, there is a supply point and a receiving point for Sasol gas that has to be installed. And obviously the necessary construction license applications relating to the change in the Sasol gas pipeline network, and also changes that may come about as a result of the specification of the gas, that will be submitted to NASA in due course, if the project then goes ahead, depending on the outcome of this particular price application. So linked to that question is also the question that you asked about, is there now any recovery of historical cost, or is there any different allocation of cost between the different manufacturing streams that is occurring in Secunda? And the short answer to that is no in both cases, because as I've indicated, the way that the MRG price is agreed between Sasol Gas and Sasol South Africa is it is a cost reflective price. So it simply takes into account the different cost elements that makes up the cost of manufacturing the MRG molecule, and that now forms the basis of the price at which originally the 21 petajoules of MRG is supplied to Sasol up to June 2028, Sasol gas, and then from 28 onwards, the 60 petajoules will then be supplied on the same cost reflective basis to Sasol gas. There's no recovery of historical cost, or there's no change in the cost allocation. All of the manufacturing streams within the Secunda facility is exposed to these same cost elements with regards to the coal cost, the oxygen cost, the electricity cost, the carbon cost, and the operational cost obviously differs from plant to plant or section to section in the facility, because obviously the operational cost of a particular plant differs. And just while I'm talking about the actual cost on the ground in Secunda, let me just also answer Mr. Mkize's question, and that is that when it comes to the operational plant cost that is included in the calculation of the cost reflective price of MRG, that cost reflective, or that cost element of the plant operation, is confined to the actual operating cost on the ground in Secunda. Now, all of the Sasol companies, Sasol Gas, Sasol South Africa, Sasol Mining, all the different entities within Sasol forms part of the group. And as part of that, I think Rudy and Corneille will be able to attest to that. There's a component of cost which one can colloquially refer to as the cost of belonging. So there's an allocation of certain overhead cost that comes out of the head office environment and the supporting environment and the like. But in the discussion and agreement on the cost reflective cost that was agreed between Sasol Gas and Sasol South Africa for the MRG, all of those costs has been excluded, and the cost has been confined to the actual operating cost at the Secunda plant, and it's that component that was included in the cost reflective price. Yeah, I think that also, Madam Chair, deals with the question that you asked about the cause of increase or any increase in the cost that's caused by the mere fact that there's an additional volume that is allocated to Sasol Gas for this MRG breach project, and there's no additional cost brought about by the fact that there is an intended allocation of additional volumes of MRG to Sasol Gas. The actual manufacturing cost is the basis of the cost reflective price at which MRG is supplied to Sasol Gas as a trader to supply further to its customers. With regards to the change in the price of MRG, the fact of the matter is that the original contract for the supply of MRG, and that, Madam Chair, is the contract that you refer to that has always formed the basis of the calculation of the cost, the acquisition cost for Sasol Gas over the years. That contract was concluded at the time when the natural gas project was implemented, and as you will recall, natural gas was introduced into the South African market in March 2004. So that contract basically has a similar type of duration than the natural gas contracts that Sasol Gas is purchasing natural gas in terms of. The 20 petajoules of MRG that has been supplied in terms of that contract up until now is a fairly modest portion of the total MRG that is manufactured in the Secunda factory. About 18 to 24 months ago, when this project was conceived of in order to address this gas cliff and the depleting volumes of gas out of Mozambique, Sasol Gas, as the trader, made a request to the producer of the gas in order to establish whether the supply of additional volumes of gas would be possible. And in response to that request, obviously, as you would anticipate, a technical analysis and economical analysis was done in order to evaluate whether this is a possibility and whether this is technically feasible. And it was on the feedback that we got from Sasol South Africa, it was during that evaluation process that the internal determination was made that the current price at which the MRG was supplied was below the actual manufacturing cost of the MRG commodity. Now that leads to or led to a onerous contract, because if on a continuous basis the producer is requested or required to supply a manufactured commodity below its cost, that is not a sustainable situation. And as a result, the gas producer then introduced this cost reflective price. That cost reflective price, to pointedly respond to your question about the repricing, if I can use it in inverted commas, does mean that as of the 1st of January 2026, the existing volume of approximately 20 petajoules per annum of MRG is already supplied at the cost reflective price, and that price will continue to adjust with reference to those cost elements, namely coal, oxygen, electricity, carbon cost, and operating cost on a quarterly basis going forward for as long as that supply or this current supply agreement then continues. So I hope that clarifies the impact, and you will then also see in the calculation of the maximum gas price as calculated or as applied for, that cost reflective price is the basis of the MRG acquisition cost in the allocation. The question about the allocation of gas between different customers, again, as I've indicated when I started with the response to the question, I think we from Sasol Gas are quite aware of this balance that has to be struck between the supplier and the customers. And similarly, we are quite aware of the provisions that set out in Section 22 of the Act with regards to the requirement of non-discrimination and the treatment of customers on an equal basis. So from that point of view, as I've explained a little bit earlier, the configuration of supply that will, from 2028 onwards, result in the natural gas molecule ending up in the Sasol facility and the MRG molecule ending up in the hands of the customer. That is a technical determination. It's as a result of the fact that once the volumes fall to the type of levels that we anticipate by then, in order to continue the supply into the network and to maintain the contractual demand levels that customers require, would the natural gas itself going into Zone 1 wouldn't be sufficient, and a commingling of the two streams of gas is simply technically not possible. So in order to continue to comply with the requirements of equal treatment, the solution is the MRG being made available to the entire external market at that 60 petajoule level that we are speaking of. However, then taking into account in the calculation of the maximum gas price, still taking into account the natural gas price for customers, even though the actual molecule in the hand is at that time not a natural gas molecule. And in that way, the equal misery and the equal really, I think that covers most of the questions that Madam Chair asked. Just going back to Mr. Mkhize's question, I think the question about the engagements with customers, Mr. Mkhize, I've dealt with. We've had extensive engagements with customers, as I've indicated, over this period of time. Even in the second half of 2023, at the end of 2024, April 25, November 25, March of 26 as well. And then in addition, we've also had considerable engagements with the team from the NERSA Secretariat in order to provide clarification and explanation. On a confidential basis, we've also made available access to the NERSA Secretariat team to representatives of the gas supplier out of Secunda in order to clarify the cost build-up and the cost reflective price. And in addition, there was even a site visit of representatives of the NERSA Secretariat at Secunda in order to be shown on the ground how the configuration and where the configuration changes have to be made in order to make this MRG bridge project possible. I've also dealt with
I think Mr. Menkes,
Yes,
the essence of the question is, yes, with regards to the shortage, it is understood that you have engaged with customers, but it is simply for this particular application before it even landed at NERSA, so that the extent of the price increase, was it tested with customers so that you can get a sense of affordability, a sense of how it will affect their competitiveness, a sense of a price sensitivity analysis, as well as price elasticity analysis. It is on those four bases so that we can have a perspective from the customer side, the way that you've looked into your market, even from a risk of demand destruction. That's what we are looking at, or potential closure of factories, which is something that we would not want to see in the country. It is from that perspective that the regulator members are asking this question.
No, I think let me just add there, Madam Chair, that in the discussions before, at the time when the project was communicated, the impact of the increase in the MRG cost, that was part of the disclosures that were made. And as per the requirements of the regulations, where the actual acquisition cost of gas has to be disclosed as part of the invoicing to customers, that has also been complied with. So once the change in price have been implemented, obviously that has been included in the relevant invoicing as well. But I think with regards to your particular questions about an analysis about price elasticity and the like, the communication and the request to the customers to indicate a continued ability and a continued interest in receiving MRG under these circumstances, that was formally requested as part of the communication to the customers. And then to your question about the actual analysis of data in response to those inquiries, that's something that I'll have to revert to my marketing colleagues with, and we can provide outside of the hearing, we can provide some further information on that.
That's in order, Mr. Menkes. We look forward to that.
Then, Mr. Mkhize, you asked about the reduction in production, the 11 to 14% production reduction that we've mentioned in our application. My understanding on that is that to the extent that results in additional volumes of, for instance, fuel products being required, that would lead to additional imports of products, depending on the market situation and the market circumstances at that point. I think, Rudy, once I hand it over to you, that's maybe a point that you can also comment on a little bit. Then Mr. Mkhize asked about the shortfall as indicated on the slides. I think in that regard, Mr. Mkhize, it's just important to indicate that the figures for the shortfall indicated in the presentation refer to the percentage shortfall and is not a petajoule figure. In the confidential information that Sasol provided to the NASA Secretariat, the actual volume figures and the actual figures expressed as petajoules have been made available. But for purposes of this public presentation, it was expressed as a percentage on those slides. With regards to the timeline on the, I think it was slide 7 that you referred to, the point on that graph where the volume starts to tip downwards, that point is actually in FY16. Because as I've indicated in the presentation earlier, through the additional investments that was made to continue additional production from the PPA area in Mozambique in 2024, and then also as a result of the fact that from the 1st of July, the additional volume of gas from the PSA area was also became available. So in FY25, we pretty much still managed to continue the contractual supply level at that approximately 180 odd petajoules for the year. In FY26, if you look on slide 8, you will see that in FY26, we anticipate a 7% shortfall, and that 7% shortfall was basically covered as a result of some natural attrition in the external market. There's certain one or two customers that either closed down or there was lower demand, and then the balance was as a result of lower supply to the Sasol facilities. In FY27, the shortfall shown on that slide is quite small. It's about 2%, and the reason for that is the anticipated production that will be brought about by the infill compression that will come online by the end of this calendar year, and that should, on the information that we have available, get us to a position where the shortfall in that next financial year is slightly smaller than in FY26. But then you will see that in FY28, FY29, and FY2030, the shortfall then becomes quite pronounced. So I hope that clarifies the timeline on the graph that you were referring to. And then from a contractual point of view, the supply from the current sources, both natural gas and MRG, the existing contracts that we have with our customers will continue to cover that supply. So for the period for which this maximum gas price application is made, the fact that the source of the gas being supplied is changing, that would not give rise to a change in contract. Obviously, that contract is subject to termination rights. So to the extent that customers or individual customers then end up in a situation where an alternative becomes more attractive, or a closed down or any other circumstances give rise to the need for the customer to terminate that agreement, that is provided for in the agreement. But the mere implementation of this MRG bridge as proposed and as described as part of this application, that doesn't give rise to the need for different contracts or new contracts to be concluded. What will happen is, and there's already, as part of the notification that has been issued to customers, the intention to amend the specification of the gas has already been signaled to the market. Obviously, that remains ultimately, from an implementation point of view, it remains subject to the necessary license approvals and regulatory approvals, so that will be dealt with in due course. And the reason for that is twofold. Number one, the customers in Zone 1 will see a change in specification because they will be moving from natural gas to MRG, and then the other MRG customers who are currently receiving MRG will also see a slight change in the gas specification, because the larger volume of gas being extracted from the manufacturing facility gives rise to a lower level of inerts in the gas, and that gives rise to a slightly higher Wobbe index and heating value. But again, that will be implemented as part of the process if the project is approved and the investment decisions are made and the implementation proceeds. Right. Okay, the plant operation cost question that Mr. Mkhize added, I've dealt with. And then from the cost neutrality question that you asked, I mean, as I've explained, the actual cost components of the MRG applies equally to all the different manufacturing streams within the manufacturing facility. When it comes to the price that ultimately is faced by the external pipe gas customers, the mitigation measures that Sasol has implemented as part of its application aims at mitigating and softening the impact of the increased price as a result of the adoption of the cost-reflective MRG price, as we've discussed before. So hopefully that clarifies that. Then just moving across to the questions that Ms. Beya asked, I think from as far as this application is concerned, obviously the focus is on the 4-year period that it deals with. As far as the LNG situation subsequent is concerned, as Madam Chair has indicated, there is currently a review of the methodology ongoing. There is various projects in development, and there is also various investigations ongoing with regards to securing LNG supplies, and that will ultimately determine the cost of LNG at the time. For purposes of this period to which the maximum gas price application relates, the focus is on the acquisition cost together with trading cost together with the profit element as prescribed in relation to the current sources. So the future LNG value or cost is not a factor that directly influences the basis on which this application is submitted to the regulator. Really, there's the question about other alternatives, and I think Ms. Sitole also asked about the MRG cost for customers and the impact which we've dealt with. But if you can maybe make some comment about other alternatives and whether that was considered, and the LNG cost that are dealt with, that will be appreciated. And any of the other questions that I may have missed, because it is quite a long list.
Oh, thank you, JP. I think you have covered a tremendous amount of ground. I think Mr. Mkhize we just confirm again, so effectively what's happening here is that there is a gas cliff. The MRG project doesn't solve the gas cliff. It effectively relocates it into Secunda, and we see that gas cliff with lower petrol and chemical or liquid fuels and chemical production. So what we're effectively doing is we're buying time to enable another supply source. So the 10 to 14% of products that is going to be produced lower, that will have to, it's either going to be higher imports or lower exports, depending on which products we're talking about. Alternative sources of gas at the moment, the obvious one is LNG. The timeline for LNG enablement is in our view beyond the period of this application. That's simply how long it's going to take to enable that. There for a long time, our focus was on exploration in Mozambique to try and find additional resources to extend supply. That has proven unsuccessful with no significant sources found yet. And JP, the only other comment I want to make is to Ms. Maseti and the growth in the prices. Ms. Maseti, what we're seeing there is that the effect is one of lower contribution of low-cost gas to the maximum gas price. So there's no growth there. There's just a reflection on the change in the availability of gas and the cost of those various sources of gas. So I think it reflects the problem that we have. We had a good period since 2004, as JP indicated, where we had a fantastically cheap source of gas for the country. That has now ended, and it's running out very quickly. So those increases in cost simply reflect the reality of what the alternatives cost. And certainly, in our view, what we're applying for here for the period is significantly cheaper than an LNG alternative would be. JP, I think I'll then stop there, and we can take a next round.
Maybe two last comments. I think the one is linking onto what you just said. I mean, if one looks at table 1 in the consultation document that NERSA has published, even with the move to the cost-reflective price of MRG, the maximum gas price that Sasol Gas is applying for is considerably lower than any other energy alternative that is available in the period for which the application is made. And then I think secondly, the last point that we just have to underscore is the approval of this price application is an essential element to take us to a final investment decision on actually making the MRG bridge practical and to actually get to a point where we can implement it. And in the absence of which, the scenario is actually an uneconomic situation for continued supply, which may lead to the termination of supply. So it's important to bear that in mind as well. Madam Chair, I think that covers. I quickly, while Rudy was talking, just also flipped through all the notes. I think we've covered all the questions that have been asked, but we can take another round if needs be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menkis and Mr. Histerman. Let's hear Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Mkhize.
Noting the responses with appreciation and noting the fact that, in other words, there's more of a diversion of gas and any additional gas, the MRG instead of using natural gas. I would then like to that maybe not to respond right here and now. The issue of these quarterly adjustments, if they can be such that they become more mechanistic and maybe be left on the regulator side, just consider that. Just learning from the liquid fuels mechanism, where they are left on that side to the extent that you've got a situation where you just provide some information for the regulator to then adjust the price accordingly, to avoid situations where maybe there are contestations, thereby leaving the situation, uncertain. Just consider that element of making it more mechanistic, learning from the liquid fuel side. Let me leave it at that. I hope that you'll be able to provide more information around that, as well as the issue of the project itself. Putting aside the financial element per se, but the explanation of the whole project and what then all these other things like finance, they become like a superimposed layer on the project in its raw form, if I can put it like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Let me, just to make sure that I understand what is really before us. So before us is not a question of production cost that have changed. What is then, when it's insofar as MRG is concerned, what appears to be the case here is the price resetting of the MRG. It's really price resetting. It's unfortunate that it coincides with the scarcity in terms of, as given by the gas supply decline in Mozambique. The timing of now, Sasol saying that, we think that we are under recovering on MRG. Yet in all these years, over 20 years, Sasol has always brought the applications before NERSA, and there's never been an indication of any cost that is not recovered, or that NERSA at the time for MRG in particular has not approved at all. But right now, Sasol says, it will seem that we must bring a solution to the market, and that there is no other viable alternative for the market, except that what we can do, this MRG is there, there's no additional manufacturing cost, even the capex will be minimal, because it will be perhaps the changing of the valves, doing some modifications there. And right now, let us relook into whether the pricing of the MRG is quite correct. That is why I have requested then that Sasol, because really this is just the price resetting. Now, I would like then, and I think for the benefit of us as the regulator, at least as we are required to look at this carefully, to look at that historical methodology that Sasol all along has priced the MRG and the allocation of the cost to MRG. The cost allocation, the common cost treatment, the return methodology, the transfer pricing, and all of that. I think for us, it is quite important so that we can see the change from the previous methodology that you have applied within Sasol and the new methodology. That's the first thing. The second one is what triggered the this price resetting, or the assessment of whether or not the cost associated with MRG is the right cost. What triggered that within Sasol to undertake it? And looking at the timing, I think that it is very important, especially if you look at the years in which this very same MRG has always been priced, and now you just need to divert the volumes to at least plug the shortfall in the market. And then you also thought that this is an opportune time for the business to carefully look at the cost of MRG. I think I would like to also just get that rationale as to what is the trigger for that. And if you can provide us with that, we would also appreciate, as indicated, Sasol's criteria of gas allocation between its own affiliated companies as well as the external customers that are buying gas from Sasol. And yeah, so those are the things that I just wanted to clarify with Sasol. Let me again, because now you spoke about that weighted average and sharing the misery and all of that. The other question that I have is whether Sasol's affiliated businesses are paying the same corrected MRG price, given that there was this so-called historical under-recovery. Not that they will be allowed, the under-recovery that occurred in all the years in any event will be recovered. But I'm just trying to understand, because if there was an MRG under-recovery in terms of cost, whether the affiliated companies to Sasol are also going to be faced with the corrected, inverted commas, corrected MRG price, given the claim of under recovery of cost. I would like to leave it at that. I am hoping that Sasol has taken into consideration all of the other requests that we have made. For your convenience, it is the request with regards to the shared cost. We need the detail of the shared cost so that we can see how much is apportioned to MRG, so that there is no, yes, in terms of the gas, what you call the gasification process, just to see that there will be no large portion of the shared cost or common costs that are allocated to MRG. That is the first thing that we'd like to have. The second one is these two changes, the methodology from the historical to come to the new one, which then necessitated the resetting of the MRG price. The third one relates to the allocation of the gas volumes between Sasol affiliated companies as well as the external market. And I think the fourth thing that we have requested, is the assessment of the impact of this price from the perspective of affordability, not just in a limited way that Sasol has proposed, which is the slight adjustment in the EBITDA for the profit margin and the weighted average, not just from that end, but also from the perspective of what impact this would have in the competitiveness of the customers. And obviously that will have a significant economic harm if it's overlooked. As you know, that job losses, GDP, and the other sort of indicators, because the increase is also above inflation, it will is also so it is something that we need to take into consideration. But also from the analysis that we requested in terms of price elasticity of demand analysis, as well as price sensitivity, because you may have the shift, the switching. Some might not switch because they are just stuck and kept being captive customers. Hence, we also want price sensitivity analysis that Sasol may assist us with. I'd like to stop there if Sasol can then just respond to those questions.
I think, Madam Chair, the first question to answer is that the price as approved applies to all of Sasol Gas's customers. The supply of gas between Sasol Gas and the Sasol entities is provided for in the gas supply agreement, and the same gas supply agreement or similar gas supply agreement exists between the Sasol entities and Sasol Gas as exists with the external customers. So from that point of view, to the extent that the maximum gas price is approved with the inclusion of this change in the acquisition cost of MRG, the Sasol purchaser of gas will pay the same price, and that has always been the case since the price regulation has applied. I think with regards to the duration of the MRG supply agreement and the previous price mechanism, I think it's important just to point out that obviously that has only been part of the calculation of the maximum price since the adoption of this cost plus price approach by NASA since 2023. Prior to that, the information of the cost at which the acquisition took place have been reported to the regulator since the inception of the regulator. But from a price regulation point of view, it has only influenced the price for the period for which that particular price determination methodology had been adopted. It is unfortunate that, as you've indicated, that let's use the phrase that you've used, that this price reset comes at the time that this solution to the gas cliff is being put on the table. But that's not necessarily a coincidence, because as I've explained earlier, the supply of 3 times as much of MRG, which is anticipated from 28 onwards, has obviously, in evaluating the technical and economic feasibility of that additional volume of gas being made available, a internal evaluation of the economic and technical viability was undertaken by the gas supplier, and that was triggered by the approach of Sasol Gas with a request to supply the additional volume in order to make it possible to continue to supply the external market, notwithstanding the anticipated reduction of the natural gas volumes. And it is from that point of view that evaluation was undertaken, and that evaluation indicated the under-recovery. That under-recovery was made transparent to Sasol Gas and the regulator, and unfortunately it's not possible to sustain a onerous situation where the supplier is supplying a commodity below the cost of the actual manufacture of that commodity, and that situation had to be rectified. It does have the consequence, as we've explained, that it now brings that acquisition cost, that higher level of acquisition cost, into the price calculation, and that is unfortunate. But in dealing with that, the proposal by Sasol is that through the refinement of the profit element in the price calculation, that the impact of that is mitigated, and that is the basis on which the calculation is put before the regulator for approval. And the intent is neither by by the producer nor by Sasol Gas to make any recovery from a historical point of view. The point of the matter is the problem with under recovery was identified. It has been addressed, but it is only addressed in a prospective way. So to the extent that the new maximum gas price is approved, that will only apply from 1 July onwards. To the extent that the regulator requires and requests additional information about the historical comparator between the two price approaches, we will go back to the pricing colleagues and obtain that information, and we will submit that. And to the extent that there's further discussions and clarification that needs to take place between ourselves and the Secretariat team in evaluating the application or that part of the application, we will proceed to do so urgently. And the same, as I've indicated earlier in my response to the question, we will revert to the marketing team, and to the extent that the information that we received back from customers contribute and assist with your question about price sensitivity and affordability. We will to the extent that that information is available, obtain same and provide it to the team as well, in order to enable the regulator to take that into account in the consideration of the application. Rudy, anything from your side to add?
Thanks, JP. Just maybe Mr. Mkhize, and we'll provide a bit more detailed write-up. But effectively, what this project entails is we need to connect the sources of MRG in the Secunda process. They're two sources of MRG. Those two sources need to be connected to the transmission network, and then obviously that requires meters, valves, etc. Some of those which are long lead items, which is why approval and certainty of MRG going forward is important. But I think it probably bears mentioning here that this is a massive undertaking. Effectively, 50 petajoules of gas is pretty close to 1 million tons of gas. So what is happening here with the extraction of an extra 40 petajoules of gas, it's a huge change to the factory that needs to be carefully considered, and the team there is working on that. So that's why one can't delay decisions here. It has to be made. Otherwise, I think we can do all the sensitivity on pricing analysis that we want to do. The problem we have, if there isn't a solution in 28 when these volumes, natural gas volumes, drop to where they are, there is no way for the industrial market to continue. And I think our plea to the regulator is to see this in that light. This is a crisis. It's nothing else. We need to find a way of maintaining a gas market until an additional source of gas can come in, and that's what we've put on the table here. Thanks, JP.
All right, I take it that Sasol, you are done with your presentations, and we appreciate your presence today. And for the clarification, all that we have to do is make sure that even in times of crisis, as the regulator, we avoid scarcity pricing, where it will actually attract, scarcity rents. And that's what we are here for. And that's why in the Gas Act, we have to regulate, Section 21, we have to regulate the price of gas. So it is precisely for that purpose. And hence we ask the questions that we are asking. But we thank you very much for your time. And we are also looking forward to the additional information that you undertook to provide to us in the next 7 days. We'll be happy if it can be shorter than that. I would like now to turn to the next presenter, that is Iguasa. Ikwasa, if you may.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Is that Mr. Human? Can't see
Yes.
from my side. There's a lot of people. Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. May you please just switch on your camera, please?
It's switched on, ma'am.
Okay. Just to check with my colleagues. If my colleagues are able to see you, then I am good to proceed. Colleagues, may you please confirm, because I can't see from my side at all.
We can see Mr. Human.
Oh, yes. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Human. Do you have any objections in taking the oath?
No, Chair.
Right. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide before this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. May you please state your full name and your designation at IGWASA. You may cite it in full just for the record.
My name is Jacob Willem Human. I am the Executive Officer of the Industrial Gas User Association of Southern Africa.
Thank you very much. Mr. Human, are you the only one that is going to present so that I can also take the others at this point, just to allow the smooth, take over by the others?
Chair, I will be supported by our colleagues from RBB Economics, if they can maybe just switch on their cameras, and also Denise.
Okay. Right, may I see who is from RBB Economics? Mr. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Our camera is on. I hope you can hear me. My name is Simon Lee. I'm an Associate Principal at RBB Economics.
Just hold on. Just hold on. All right. Mr. Simon Lee, may you please raise your right hand? Economists don't have observation. You are going to provide economic evidence. That is critical. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence that you are going to provide to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your full names and your designation at RBB.
Sure. My name is Simon Francis Lee. I'm an Associate Principal at RBB Economics based in the Johannesburg office.
Okay. Are you the only one that is going to speak, obviously, on behalf of RBB?
No, I'm joined by my colleague here.
All right. Okay. Please, your colleague don't know your name. If you can, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence that you're going to provide before this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and your designation at RBB Economics.
My name is Neom Haribai, and I'm a Senior Associate at RBB Economics based in the Johannesburg office.
Thank you very much. All right. I suppose, obviously, from Danish, they are represented by senior counsel. So obviously, we will only hear submissions from their counsel. Mr. John Mayer, you've already indicated, obviously, that the advocates don't take an oath.
Yes.
Can I confirm also the affirmation as well? It will be the same, and that you will limit your arguments to legal arguments in relation to this application.
Yes, indeed, Chair. Just my name is Jean May Ring, M-E-I Ring. It's been slightly, I think, on the record mangled. And albeit that I've been recommended for senior status, my letters patent haven't arrived. So I wouldn't by omission want to create any sort of misapprehension. But yes, I'm on brief from the firm Denise, and I will simply be making, as in the past, legal submissions, Chair.
That is appreciated. Thank you very much. I would like to allow now Mr. Human, if you can kickstart with your presentation. The time is 12:17. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And we will try and be brief as possible, considering the time of the day. Chair, a lot has been said about this application by Sasol, mainly around balance. A lot has been said by Sasol around balance, the inferences from the regulator, and we also have a very similar view that this application requires significant focus on balance. I would like to make a couple of sort of contextual points before turning to our presentation. So the technical points sort of maybe eightfold, and I want to sort of start with the first one, in that what you will hear today from our submissions is that, of course, Sasol calls this an equality of misery approach, but the reality is completely different here. In fact, what you will see under this veil is that Sasol actually transfer all of the misery, plus some more, onto the users. The application certainly protects Sasol's cost recovery, in our opinion. It preserves those returns and introduces these quarterly price adjustments while industrial gas users actually carry the higher prices, the demand risks, and the ongoing uncertainties. I think the second key point and theme that you will hear today from IGUA SA is that this bridge narrative certainly masks a substantial repricing of existing MRG volumes. The revised MRG pricing applies from July 2026. That is a couple of weeks away, more than 2 years before the additional bridge of volumes are actually expected to be supplied from July 2028. So there are two distinct periods in this 4-year application. The one is the first 2-year block, which actually nothing changes. And then we see a second-year block where there's a change in the proposed volume mix that Sasol applies in its application. Chair, the third point here is that, and we've heard this from many fronts even today, is that there are no demonstrated increase in the underlying cost of MRG that has been disclosed, at least. MRG1, and we'll clarify what we mean by MRG1 and MRG2, but particularly MRG1, those volumes that are currently being supplied and will be supplied for the next 2 years are existing gas already supplied to the external market. On the basis of a mere revised intra-group agreement and a claim that the previous contract was onerous, do not establish, in our view, that the efficient economic cost of producing MRG1 has in fact increased. I think if you start looking under the veil of this application, it becomes evident in our view, Chair, that the Sasol actually, the financial impact of Sasol's applications is actually enormously beneficial for Sasol, and we'll demonstrate that during the course of our submissions. On IGUASA estimates that repricing of MRG1, which is currently being supplied, could generate approximately 6.5 billion rand of additional income in the next 2 years, and probably another 9.5 billion rand in the following 2 years, without any move in the actual cost base of Sasol cost in supplying that MRG. So Sasol, in our view, and this is the fifth point maybe, Sasol, as we understand, is already in a period of declining production. And I'm referring here to their main production at their Secunda facilities. And this is on the back of feedstock issues that has been long reported. Now, what is happening here, if one looks a little bit deeper into Sasol's application, is that Sasol is actually transferring that business risk under which they're exposed under their liquid fuels and chemicals production space to gas users by repricing this MRG1 world. Sasol argues that diverting this will reduce liquid fuels and chemicals production, and that the gas price must compensate for that trade-off, even on MRG1. Regulated gas users should not, in our view, automatically underwrite the opportunity cost of profitability of Sasol's wider integrated business. This is an important point. The sixth point maybe is that these claimed EBITDA concessions do not resolve the central concern, and the impact of that is relatively small. Sasol says that applying this natural gas rand per gigajoule profit amount to methane-rich gas produces a price approximately 9% lower than what they are or could actually acquire. But this concession is applied only in the impact of that is relatively small in our view, rather when compared to the shift in MRG1 pricing. I just want to make one or two comments on the CapEx side of things that you will also see in our submissions during the course of today. This disclosed bridge investment, Sasol quotes that it needs to invest about 200 million rand, actually does not explain the scale of the proposed increases. In our analysis, Sasol identifies this as a capital expenditure to enable the bridge. Now, that is true and understood. IGWAS will demonstrate roughly about 61 cents per gigajoule. The regulatory question then is straightforward, Chair, is Sasol may recover efficiently and prudently incurred cost and earn a fair return, of course, commensurate with risk. The Gas Act allows for that. It should not use the gas supply crisis to reprice the existing volumes, transfer unrelated group risks to captive customers, or earn duplicate returns. I think on the available evidence that we see, it is a request by Sasol to materially improve its profitability on existing MRG supply, while substantially insulating Sasol from that particular risk. And we'll get into those details as follows. Allow me, Chair, to bring in just to project our presentation. And the presentation that me and my colleagues will cover today will cover largely these points. We will perhaps give you a broad outline of what the submission is about today, maybe focusing on some technical elements. We will then look at, as we usually do, on the economic assessment of this application by Sasol. And of course, the legal assessment, we'll make some closing remarks and then revert to you, Chair, on questions and answers by the regulator board members. Chair, at the center of this, and it's well been discussed today, is actually the repricing issue. And this is essentially what it is, particularly on MRG1. So just to reiterate, MRG1 and MRG2, in our opinion, are two different elements of this pricing application. MRG1 in our submission refers to those volumes which are currently being supplied and is intended to be supplied until 2030. MRG2 refers to a world where there's less natural gas available to all and actually requires a substitute or a supplement to fill that gap. And that is what we refer to as Sasol's MRG2 solution to actually cover us for this declining gas bridge for that period. Now, MRG1, as we said, existing supply, historically formed part of the gas supply to external customers and is not, in our opinion, a new bridge gas. There's no proven underlying cost increase here. Sasol revised sort of what we understand is an intra-group price does not demonstrate that the efficient production cost of MRG1 is in fact increased. So what we see is material additional revenue. After Sasol has been compensated perhaps for MRG1, the natural gas that comes in, just on MRG2, just on MRG1, that in our view could generate up to about 6.5 billion rand profit or revenue because it's clean. There's no additional cost here that we see. Could actually then result in over a 4-year period as much as 16.2 billion. The bridge capex, although it's mentioned and quite expanded on in Sasol's application, actually does not justify this increase. This approximately 200 million rand requires, in our view, a cost recovery only over a 2-year period, if you wish, or 4 even. It would be 61 cents per gigajoule or less. So we believe that there is a separate treatment that is required, and NERSA should certainly understand and assess the MRG1, MRG2, and what this may mean for Sasol and the gas user market at large. What this means at a technical level, Chair, is if we then look at this particular model and its outcome, what we're trying here is to to essentially demonstrate what is going to happen at a commercial or profit level for Sasol. What you have here is, if I may start at the top, is a natural gas forecast price. We obviously look at this intently, and we forecast gas pricing, natural gas pricing at these levels. If one then continue on the basis of pricing MRG1, that which is currently being supplied, and that would then be equal to the price of natural gas, or that which Sasol achieves under the current pricing regime. We do see that Sasol forecast indeed maximum gas pricing for MRG2, that's supplemental gas, which will only kick in FY29 and 30. Now, simple math, based on the available information that we have, if you then work out what would happen on a weighted average basis and follow the math, Sasol's total revenue over this period would then come to about 17.7 billion rand in 27, going up to about 27.8 billion. The difference largely driven by the repricing of MRG2, 12 billion and 13 billion in the last 2 years, which Sasol applies for as being requested to bridge supply to that point in time. So what you see here is an expected revenue on the assumption that NERSA approves MRG pricing based on MRG2 alone, that Sasol continues to price MRG1 at the current basis over the 4-year period, and on the basis, most importantly, that there is no corresponding cost increase for MRG1. Now, what happens here is if you flip that around and you say, well, let's apply the same math on the basis that Sasol is applying for. And the outcome of that is quite startling. You can see here, mainly by way of demonstrating the math here, is that we now equating methane-rich gas 1 to the price of methane-rich gas 2, which Sasol is applying for. So in other words, all methane-rich gas, the essence of the price reset that you have referred to earlier, Chair. What then happens, if you follow the same math, you get to a significantly higher weighted cost of gas at the end, and a significantly higher cost in revenue, not cost, apologies, significantly higher revenue over the same period. And again, this is without applying for any additional, or actually applying for any additional cost base on MRG1. We're simply saying that Sasol can be potentially, based on the NERSA's outcome here, be reimbursed for MRG2. But what that happens, scenario 1 versus scenario 2, Chair, is that Sasol over this period will increase its revenue by 16.1 billion rand over a 4-year period with no commensurate basis in cost increase. This model assumes that Sasol's MRG2, the bridge volumes, are catered for, and also the 16.1 billion is then based on the reset of MRG1, the existing gas pricing. And again, the difficulty here is, Chair, is that there is no commensurate cost increase to justify this additional revenue. And this additional revenue only, this incremental profit actually, only refers to the existing MRG that flows. So what happens? This is a pure windfall on MRG1 for Sasol, and it means that without any changes from now until June 28, Sasol will earn additional profit of 6.5 billion rand over a 2-year period. And on the same premise, an additional profit, windfall profit of 9.7. And this is being compensated for MRG2 volumes in full. Chair, I'm going to defer largely the next points to our economic and technical colleagues, but what we want to cover here and what they will cover is that we hold the view that MRG2 pricing is opaque and may allow over-recovery. There's a careful assessment that needs to take place with all the underlying cost inputs that Sasol says is incurred in the acquisition of MRG2. Quarterly adjustment shifts uncertainty towards customers. Again, our economic colleagues will refer to this. I don't want to go into those details right now. The fourth point we'll be covering is, of course, the double counting of trading margins, which we see as a reality in this. and then, of course, also addressing to a certain extent the legacy issues in the pricing of gas. Chair, it is at this point that I would like to defer to our economic colleagues to take us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our submissions today are going to be largely in amplification of Mr. Human's submissions, so we're going to try keep that brief on that basis. We're going to focus on several economic issues arising from the Sasol gas application. The treatment of the existing MRG volumes, the transparency of the cost base for the additional MRG, the changing gas supply mix, potential double counting of profits, and the uncertainty arising from the regular adjustment mechanism. But at the outset, I want to make clear what we will not be saying. We will not be suggesting that the MRG bridging solution is unnecessary. To the contrary, the gas supply challenge is real, and continued supply to industrial users is plainly important. We will also not be suggesting that Sasol Gas or other relevant Sasol entities should be prevented from recovering efficiently and prudently incurred costs. From an economic perspective, a cost-based methodology is sound in principle. In a market where competition is inadequate, cost-based regulation can approximate the outcome that would otherwise be expected to arise under effective competition. Efficient costs are recovered, and the supplier earns a reasonable return commensurate with the risks that it takes on. However, the effectiveness of that approach depends on implementation. A cost-plus methodology is only robust if the underlying costs are transparent, independently verifiable, efficiently and prudently incurred, properly allocated, and non-duplicative. If the cost base is opaque, or if intra-group prices are simply passed through without scrutiny, then cost-plus regulation can cease to protect customers and can instead become a mechanism for over-recovery. This is important because it has direct implications for the cost base of industrial gas users, many of whom cannot readily switch away from gas in the short or medium term. If Sasol's claimed costs and returns are not properly tested, gas users may be required to absorb price increases that are not justified by efficient costs or genuine risks. That would affect margins, competitiveness, investment decisions, and ultimately industrial activity and jobs in an economy that is already fragile and facing significant pressures. That is the lens through which we approach the application. I should also stress at the outset that although these submissions will be centered around the MRG component of the gas supply mix, the same points apply equally to the natural gas component, as explained in more detail in the IGUASA full written submission. Jaco, if I could ask you to go to the next slide, please. So, as Mr. Human indicated, we think that the most important economic issue here is the treatment of the existing MRG volumes. This is what the IGUASA submission refers to as MRG1. The distinction between MRG1 and MRG2 is critical. MRG1 refers to MRG volumes that have already formed part of the gas mix supplied to external customers since inception. It is not a new source of gas supply, and it does not, on the information currently available to us, involve new supply-side investments, costs, or risks. MRG2 may be different. It refers to additional MRG volumes that Sasol proposes to make available during the bridging period. That may involve incremental costs, operational changes, and possibly a different commercial trade-off for the integrated Sasol entity. But those two categories, MRG1 and MRG2, raise different pricing questions. They should not be collapsed into a single MRG pricing methodology. The core concern is that Sasol appears to seek a revised and materially higher MRG acquisition cost across all MRG volumes, including MRG1. The basis for that appears to be an amended intra-group pricing agreement between Sasol Gas and Sasol South Africa. As a matter of regulatory economics, in our view, that is not sufficient. An amended intra-group contract is not, by itself, evidence that the efficient cost of producing and supplying existing MRG1 volumes has increased. It is simply evidence of a changed transfer price within the Sasol group. The relevant regulatory question goes beyond the mere question of an intra-group contract. It is whether the underlying efficient and prudent cost base has changed, and whether the proposed recovery is no more than what is justified by genuine costs and risks. Now, on the current public record, we have not seen a clear evidential basis for concluding that the costs and risks faced by Sasol South Africa in relation to MRG1 have materially changed. If that evidence exists, it should be provided and tested. But absent that evidence, repricing MRG1 would risk allowing Sasol as an integrated entity to earn additional revenue on volumes that were already being supplied without a corresponding increase in efficient costs or risks. That is the central economic concern here. Customers may need to contribute to the costs of securing additional MRG supply. But crucially, that is not the same as asking customers to pay a materially higher price for existing volumes, unless a change in the cost base for those existing volumes has clearly been demonstrated. We think that the practical implication here is straightforward. NERSA should treat MRG1 and MRG2 separately. MRG1 should not be repriced merely because Sasol Gas and Sasol South Africa have revised their internal pricing arrangement. Any increase for MRG1 should be allowed only if Sasol demonstrates with verifiable evidence that the efficient cost base for MRG1 has changed. The second issue concerns MRG2. Here, the position may be different. Additional MRG is needed to preserve supply during the bridging period, and making that gas available may require incremental expenditure. From an economic perspective, we fully accept that if costs are genuinely necessary to make MRG2 available to external customers, and if those costs are efficiently and prudently incurred, then there is a legitimate basis for their recovery. This might include, for example, limited incremental capex costs required to bring MRG2 online for external customers. However, here the current difficulty is that the cost buildup that lies behind the MRG2 acquisition cost remains opaque. For example, it's not sufficiently clear which direct production or delivery costs are included, and it is also not sufficiently clear how shared secunda costs have been allocated. It is also not sufficiently clear whether any internal margin return element or opportunity cost component is already embedded in the MRG2 cost of acquisition. Sasol says that there's no opportunity cost component included there, but this is still an important consideration. Sasol's argument, as we understand it, appears to be that additional MRG supplied to external customers would otherwise have been used internally in liquid fuels or chemicals production. Now, that may be a real commercial trade-off for Sasol, but at a minimum, any opportunity cost element must be separately identified and tested rather than being hidden potentially inside a broader acquisition cost number. Now, I should also note that there's the risk of double counting here related to the opportunity cost point. If the MRG2 acquisition cost already includes an opportunity cost allowance or some other layer of profit, then applying an additional EBITDA-based profit component may allow for a return on top of a return. That would not be consistent with a cost-based methodology aimed at efficient cost recovery plus a profit commensurate with risk. So, the economic point is not that MRG2 does not necessarily justify a higher cost. It is rather that the cost must be understood. NERSA should know what is being recovered, why it is necessary, whether it is efficient, whether it is prudently incurred, and whether it already includes some layer of return. Now, something else that contributes to the lack of transparency in the pricing of natural gas is the changing mix of natural gas, MRG, and fuel gas over time. This is important because, as NERSA has pointed out, even a relatively small change in the weightings can affect the overall blended price. Customers and NERSA, therefore, need a clear reconciliation of the predicted and actual gas basket, the volumes, the source-specific costs, and the contribution of each source to the overall cost of acquisition. This is yet another point on transparency. If the blended price is to be relied upon, the underlying composition of the basket must be clear and verifiable. Jaco, if I could ask you to move to the next slide, please.
So, as Mr. Human has foreshadowed, a further consideration is whether Sasol Gas's price build-up may result in duplicated return elements or over-recovery. The proposed maximum price has three main components, so a gas acquisition cost, trading cost, and an EBITDA-based profit component. To reiterate, we do not dispute as a matter of principle that Sasol Gas may recover efficient, prudently incurred costs and earn a fair return that is risk reflective. The question is rather whether the three components of the price, when applied together, may allow recovery beyond that level. As we've already discussed the acquisition cost, I will turn to the trading cost. It's important to clarify how this component is constructed. It is not a pure operating cost pass-through. We understand that under NERSA's methodology, the allowable trading revenue is designed to recover efficient operating expenses alongside a distinct return on capital. The return is achieved by applying a weighted average cost of capital, or WACC allowance, to Sasol Gas's regulatory asset base, which comprises its trading assets and working capital. In economic terms, this WACC component specifically compensates Sasol Gas for the opportunity cost of the capital invested in its trading function. Therefore, the calculating trading cost is not merely a recovery of expenses, it already houses a fully formulated return element. If the EBITDA component is then applied to that base that includes that full trading cost, Sasol Gas may earn an additional margin on an amount that already includes a return. Put simply, the concern is that the methodology may permit a return on top of a return. NERSA should test that carefully and ensure the approved price allows for efficient cost recovery and a fair return, but no more. So the point here is a narrow one. As a matter of economic principle, Sasol Gas should not be denied a fair return. However, we would emphasize that NERSA should ensure that return elements are not duplicated. Any potentially embedded opportunity cost is identified and assessed, and the final maximum price is no higher than necessary to recover efficient costs and provide a fair risk-reflective return. Jaco, if I can ask you to go to the next slide, please. The next point concerns Sasol Gas's proposed quarterly adjustment mechanism, echoing what the chair discussed earlier. This seeks to permit a recalculation of the maximum gas price on the basis of actual acquisition costs and actual gas volumes. Again, as a matter of principle, adjustment mechanisms can be legitimate where costs or volumes are genuinely volatile and where approved prices may otherwise become misaligned with efficient and prudent costs. The issue, therefore, is not whether quarterly adjustments are inherently appropriate, but rather whether this mechanism allocates risks fairly, transparently, and in a balanced way. This is critical when customers have limited alternatives and when the acquisition cost inputs are already not fully transparent. As framed, the mechanism reduces Sasol Gas's forecast risk by allowing prices to track actual costs and volumes. But there is a concern that it may shift material price and volume risk to customers, who would face quarterly movements in the blended acquisition cost, supply mix, volume assumptions, and other inputs that they cannot readily control. A mechanism that gives Sasol Gas greater certainty may therefore increase uncertainty for customers unless it is properly constrained. Safeguards are especially important because key inputs, including the MRG acquisition cost, appear to depend partly on intra-group arrangements and allocation decisions that customers cannot fully see. Without constraints, revised internal costs, allocation changes, or disputed cost items could flow through before NERSA has adequately tested them. For that reason, any quarterly mechanism should be approved only with clear regulatory controls. First, adjustments should not take effect automatically on Sasol Gas's calculation. NERSA should actively verify the calculation, confirm that costs fall within the approved categories, and test that they are efficient, prudent, and non-duplicative. Second, the mechanism should be symmetrical. If actual costs or volumes reduce the efficient cost of supply, customers should receive the benefit through a timely downward adjustment or credit. It should not operate only as an upward pass-through. Third, pass-through should be limited to approved cost categories. New cost categories, revised intragroup pricing methods, opportunity cost claims, or material allocation changes should require a separate regulatory assessment. Fourth, materiality thresholds and review triggers should apply. Any significant changes in supply mix, acquisition cost, total volumes, or MRG implementation assumptions should trigger enhanced scrutiny before an adjusted price is implemented. And finally, customers should receive adequate notice and a clear explanation of proposed adjustment so that they can plan, assess operational impacts, and engage where the adjustment appears inconsistent. In short, an adjustment mechanism is not objectionable in principle. The concern is rather that multi-year approval combined with quarterly adjustments may reduce Sasol Gas's risk while exposing customers to volatility driven by opaque or uncontrollable inputs. Any approval should therefore be conditional on verification, symmetry, transparency, notice and review triggers, and strict pass-through limits.
So before we hand over to Advocate Mehring, I just want to conclude on our submissions from the economic side. The central economic issue, we think, is whether Sasol Gas's proposed price escalation path has been justified by transparent, verifiable, efficient, and prudent costs, with no unsupported margins or profits, and no double counting. With this in mind, our submission is that NERSA should approach the application through several practical lenses. First, has Sasol Gas distinguished properly between MRG1 and MRG2? Second, has Sasol Gas demonstrated that the efficient cost base for MRG1 has changed? Third, has Sasol Gas properly unpacked the MRG2 acquisition cost to identify direct costs, opportunity cost elements, internal allocations, and any embedded returns? Fourth, does Sasol's application of the methodology result in a double counting of returns, especially regarding the way in which the EBITDA profit component is applied to each of MRG, natural gas, and the trading costs? Fifth, would the quarterly adjustment mechanism, as currently formulated, result in significant risk and uncertainty being unduly transferred from Sasol to external customers? If NERSA is not able to answer these questions with the information currently at its disposal, then in our view, NERSA should be cautious of approving the current proposed price escalations without further disclosure, reconciliation, and verification from Sasol. And it's on that basis that we welcome the fact that NERSA appears to already be asking Sasol for further information to help with its assessment. Finally, I just want to note that IGWAS's written submissions develop these points in more detail. Thank you very much, Chair. We now hand over to Advocate Mering.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Indeed, Chair, might I echo what Mr. Lee just said, and that is that naturally what we present to you today, both orally and in the slides, is a précis, a summary of the rather more detailed exposition that we submitted late last week, and we naturally stand by that more detailed exposition and invite the panel to consider it very carefully. Yaku, Mr. Human, could you go to the first slide? So in the presentation by both Mr. Human and the RBB economists, you will have heard, Chair, panel, well, you did hear normative language. You heard frequently the use of the modal verb should. NERSA should do this, and the outcomes economically should look in a certain, should take a certain form or shape. Now, the basis for those normative statements, of course, is the legal and regulatory framework. Perhaps by outset, it's important to bear in mind, and this is something that came up in the discussion with Sasol at the outset already, is to keep a careful account of Sasol Gas's position. It is a vertically integrated monopoly, and that vertical integration surfaced at various junctures earlier in engagements with Sasol, and it operates across the entire South African gas supply chain. On the other hand, and I go to the bottom rubric before moving to the middle one, is NERSA's role. NERSA naturally is an organ of state, and it's bound by most importantly, for present purposes, the Gas Act, and then the piped gas regulations, and of course, PAJA. As an organ of state, its decisions have to be rational, reasonable, and lawful in every other respect when approving maximum prices. And of course, its approval of maximum prices, the purpose of such price regulation is importantly that it is a statutorily created proxy or stand-in for the competitive constraints that would otherwise impinge upon a monopolist. And a maximum price, a maximum gas price then must mimic the outcome of a competitive market. In that sense, it is a proxy. The next slide. I referred to the Gas Act, of course, and we set out a more detailed exposition in our written submissions, but for present purposes, Section 4G of the Gas Act provides that NERSA must, as appropriate, regulate prices under Section 21(1)(p) in the prescribed manner, and Section 21(1)(p) says maximum prices must be approved where there is inadequate competition. So this requires a series of three sequential steps. First of all, there's naturally got to be market definition, and then once the market in question has been defined, there must be undertaken an assessment of the state of competition in that market. And if there is inadequate competition, then that's the trigger event for the approval of maximum gas prices. And might I, at this point, Chair, panel, make the following footnote, insert the following footnote. The logic of the sequence ordained and required by the Gas Act is that at any given time, for there to be the approval of a maximum price, there must be a coterminous determination of inadequate competition. So it must, that determination must, as time goes on, it must underpin any approval. So in circumstances where the most recent determination of inadequate competition was in February 2025, and the next one is expected in 2028, to the extent that approval is being sought for a period longer than that, beyond an existing determination of inadequate competition, we say in the written submissions that is improper and unlawful and untenable. Now, the applicable legal framework was, of course, dealt with in a slightly different factual situation, but very much on point for present purposes by the Constitutional Court in the PG Group decision. And I read from that decision where NERSA has determined that there is inadequate competition in the gas market, Section 21(1)(p) requires NERSA to determine maximum prices which it must approve. And that is then the reason for that, the obligation, the must approve is to cure the difficulties attendant upon there being a monopoly. So it's the proxy to which we referred earlier. Next slide. And still in the PG Group decision, in terms then of Section 4G of the Gas Act, NERSA must regulate maximum prices in terms of 21(1)(p) in the prescribed manner. Those words were also bolded on the previous slide, and it's regulations 4.3 and 4.4 that provide the framework for that process. 4.3 sets out the requirements of objectivity, fairness, non-discriminatory and transparency, and predictability, all of which, Chair, panel, you will have, of course, heard in the language of the submissions of the RBB economists. So when you do consider the written submissions and also the submissions made orally today, you will be able to pinpoint every should that you heard from the economists to a rubric in the statutory and regulatory framework. And then importantly, Regulation 4.4, it requires, and you heard this, of course, in the language used by both Mr. Human and the RBB economists, it permits the recovery of efficient and prudently incurred costs, a profit commensurate with risk, and a cost plus price that mimics a competitive outcome, which is, of course, the theme running through these submissions. What it doesn't countenance, what it discountenances or prohibits, is inefficient, imprudent, or unsubstantiated costs, profit beyond what is commensurate with risk, and double counting. You heard the word duplication used several times by the economists. Double counting or duplication of returns, and you heard the economists repeatedly speak of this, and in fact at the very end of Mr. Lee's submissions, he welcomed the extent to which NERSA was already asking for further information from Sasol, so that the opaqueness which is not allowed is cured. Next slide. And we say that, and as Iguasa has said, throughout, cost plus is the only lawful methodology. And importantly, and this formulation in the slide serves to echo the individual normative statements made by the economists. It requires a cost plus approach requires a transparent assessment of the actual costs and risks of producing and supplying the gas molecule, efficient cost recovery, and a return commensurate with risk. What the cost plus approach doesn't allow for or include is opaque benchmarks, historical contracts relied on as proof of efficient cost, and then alternative fuel comparisons that are unconnected to real economic costs. So IGWASA's position has consistently been, since 2020, cost plus applied transparently with safeguards aligned to competitive outcomes, and the lens through which Sasol's MGP application must all be tested. So the legal and regulatory framework that I've briefly set out, which is set out in somewhat more detail in our written submissions, underpins, and of course the Constitutional Court's exposition of the applicable provisions in the Gas Act and the regulations. These underpin all the submissions that IGWASA makes to you both today and in writing. And we say that this is, with all the caveats and the cautions expressed by Mr. Human and and the RBB economists, this is the course that we invite NERSA to follow. Thank you, Chair and panel.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Human.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Human.
Thank you. In just a few closing remarks, Chair, is that I think our presentations today have shown that IGWA SA does not oppose the MRG bridge or the recovery of those costs, or those genuine costs rather, required to secure that continued gas supply. That is an important distinction to say. We're not brushing all MRG with the same brush. Our concern is a bit narrower, but certainly fundamental. The application goes materially beyond the recovery of efficient and prudently incurred bridging costs. I think the points have come through quite materially that existing MRG1 volumes are being repriced without that adequate proof of corresponding increase in the underlying costs of MRG1. Now, that leads, in our opinion, to the significant profit outcome by Sasol. And it's very difficult to argue that away. MRG2, of course, is different. The treatment of that, in our opinion, needs to be looked at differently. The proposed structure could generate substantial additional profits, even before the bridge volumes are supplied. So the bridge, keep in mind that the bridge actually kicks in only in 28. Opportunity costs are broader, and broader Sasol business risks, in our view, may be transferred to this very captive gas market that we see in South Africa. The pricing buildup creates a real risk of duplications, has been shared by our economists, and the quarterly adjustment mechanisms could shift further uncertainty and risk onto consumers at time. So NERSA's task, in our view, Chair, is not to simply accept a price that makes the bridge commercially attractive to Sasol. It must determine whether those costs, each cost element in this makeup of gas going forward, natural gas, methane-rich 1 and methane-rich gas 2, are efficiently and prudently incurred and properly allocated, and of course free from duplication. It is agreed that security of supply is essential. Sasol has gone to great lengths to extend this gas bridge within a period of 2 years. Sasol needs to be compensated for the work that they've done and will be doing, but only that. But it cannot justify an outcome in which Sasol is substantially protected and perhaps even rewarded while the South African industry carries all the costs and additional profits that's going to come out of particularly the MRG play. We respectfully ask NERSA to approve no more than, of course, what the law permits, number one, and that is that efficient costs and a fair return commensurate with risk, but no windfall and no over-recovery. I'll pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Human, and your team. I would like now to invite the regulator members to ask questions of clarity from this presentation that we received by show of hands, members. Any questions of clarity from the members? Some members happy with the presentation. I do have some questions. Maybe I should just start so that I can understand exactly the issues that are brought by are raised by IGWASA. IGWASA seems to be saying that MRG2 cost can be accepted. Should NERSA accept? I understand the question of prudency test and efficiency test, but is IGWASA satisfied with what costs are being claimed here in terms of the specific costs that are now included in MRG2, which are different from the MRG1? First of all, I think that for me is quite important so that we can understand, because if you accept MRG2 cost, they are produced by the same entity, and therefore that might actually validate the argument made by Sasol that there's a cost under recovery insofar as the production of MRG is concerned. So I just want to understand, are you comfortable with all of the costs that are claimed? Are you aware of those costs? Are you aware of the levels? Yes, NERSA will do its part in terms of prudency as well as the efficiency. That's the first thing. And then the second thing that I would want to find out, just your stance in respect of other gas sources that form part of this portfolio for purposes of the weighted average. This is in relation to PSA gas, the production sharing agreement gas, which is an additional one that is also plugging part of the gap. As you can see, Sasol has put information that says that is adjusted in terms of, or is indexed to crude oil. That's number one. And the exposure of volatility that Sasol has already indicated, and also exposed to the PPI from the USA, as well as the PPI from South Africa. And also it is dollar denominated, meaning that there's also an exposure to exchange rate changes. So I just want to understand whether, at least on this particular source of gas, which forms part of the portfolio, is IGWASA comfortable with those costs and is not questioning the costs that are claimed that form part of this application? That is the second question that I would like to find out. With regards to the specific cost that, let me go to the double dipping argument relating to the trading costs and EBITDA for the margin. There's a component of investments there that relate to the trading that facilitate, the trading of gas. So as you know, that there is no, is stated clearly there's no infrastructure relating to that, but obviously they will need, let me rephrase the question. There are no network costs for independent traders, for instance, and also for Sasol. Network costs are there, but the trading cost pertains to the investments, the part of the capex. But for the molecule on its own, even if you have independent traders, for the molecule on its own, regulation 4(4) allows for profit commensurate with the risk, which is what the EBITDA relates to in terms of the methodology. Do you see, or what are your bases of a potential return, double return there? One relates to the molecule itself. The other relates to infrastructure utilized to enable the trading. If I can just get clarity in that regard. Let me at this point, then there is an issue of the logic of the sequence here. And I would like really to understand where is NERSA missing the point if we do. Advocate Meyering is referring to the previous determination of competition inadequacy, which was done in February 2025. And also says that the next one is in 2028. I couldn't understand whether the argument here is that the market would have changed such that NERSA would not be able to exercise its control over prices. Is that the argument that you are making, Mr. Meyering, there? That there will be no need for us to regulate the price of gas in 2028 going forward? Is that the argument? I am just not sure, because if the conditions, the competitive conditions right now warrant that NERSA must come in and protect the market from market power that might be exercised. And that is the reason why we will conduct the inadequacy and, by the way, do the market definition. The market definition is not a scientific exercise, as you know. It is an exercise to establish market power, and that is its purpose. Are you now suggesting that if we have not done it in 2028, it would automatically mean that there's no more worry about any exercise of market power, and therefore NERSA should not exercise oversight on prices? We must let things be. Is that the argument that is being made? Taking into account that NERSA does the annual reviews to check what has changed in the market on an annual basis, and to look into dynamic competition assessment, as you would understand, is something that is done and dynamic in other jurisdictions as well. So those are the things that I just want to understand from my side. Mr. Mkhize's hand was up, and I would like to give him an opportunity, Mr. Mkhize, to ask your question.
No, I'm covered, Chair, by what you have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. Let me allow then Iguasa to provide the responses.
Thank you, Chair. I hear from you 4 questions, or 4 themes rather. I would try and cover number 1 and 2 around the cost of MRG2, the PSA gap, and I will defer to my colleagues, Mr. Simon Lee on the trading matter, double counting, and to Advocate Meyering on the competition-related matters. With that in mind, Chair, let me turn to the matter of MRG2. We don't know what the costs are. We're told what the costs are. So we haven't had sight of these costs, and we rely solely on the regulator's discretion in exercising its rights to scrutinize those costs. In fact, we're deeply reliant on that. It is not sure to what extent and depth the regulator has gone in to understand what this reset or repricing costs are, and if they are indeed true. But what we can say is that we don't know what the costs are, but we of course know what the asking price is for that gas. Now, of course, that asking price, in our opinion, if you look at the distinction between MRG1 and MRG2, that asking price, and what we also know is that what that means at a profit level for Sasol, because we don't see any incremental cost increase on MRG1. We can calculate that, and we see a number of 16.2 billion rand over a 4-year period. That is after Sasol has received the full compensated price they're applying for under MRG2 and MRG1. So without a proportionate cost increase on a real cost increase, and remember we're talking here about Sasol, which is fully integrated, we simply believe that the profit will shift from the left pocket to the right pocket. So we don't know if the cost, you ask the question whether we accept it. We rely on you to actually determine those costs. What we also relying on the regulator is to make a distinction on whether there are true cost increases for which Sasol needs to be reimbursed, particularly on MRG1. Chair, if I can move to the second question around PSA. So you are quite right. There are actually 5 gas products in our view entering the system. 2030, of course, will also introduce LNG. So the environment certainly becoming more complex. So right now on the natural gas front, we faced with PSA gas and PPA gas. That was a principle that was introduced by Sasol, I think about 18 months ago, into the market. And it is indeed true that these costs, at least in our understanding, are subject to rand-dollar movements, USA, PPI, etc. It's maybe worth mentioning that it is also our understanding that even PPA gas are subjected to those cost fluctuations at a primary supply level. That is before Sasol sells the gas to themselves at Sasol Gas. So those price movements are equally subjected to rand-dollar movements in our view, and USA PPI. So we can only rely on statistical history here around that to determine our exposure. But it is important, and again, we don't have any insights or ability to forecast even what the proportionate gas supply would be between PSA, PPI, MRG1 or MRG2. Some of these points were raised earlier. So it is the proportionate. There are two elements to this. It's the cost movements of each, and then of course the proportionate contribution to the basket of those sub-elements of gas that we anticipate. Let me pause there, Chair. I hope I've answered those two, and I will defer to Mr. Lee on the trading margin question.
Thank you, Jaco, and thank you, Chair. I'll just keep this submission brief. Chair, I take your point is that the point of adding the profit component after the trading cost is that NERSA also aims to provide a profit on the molecule itself. I can't comment on what the legal requirements are. I think our submission is a bit more narrow than that. We understand that the trading cost calculation includes a return on the capital involved in the trading activities. So our concern is merely that if there's already a return on the assets and then you add a further return on top of that, there might be a double counting of profits. I understand that NERSA's position is that might not be happening if that additional profit is mainly aimed at compensating for profit on the molecule. It's just something that we wanted to highlight for consideration on NERSA's part. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And then I think for
Chair,
the fourth question, Advocate Mayron, thanks.
Yes. Is my camera on?
Yep.
Yes. Chair, our point was simply the one that properly construed, the statutory requirement is that there be an applicable determination of inadequate competition, which triggers then the power to approve a maximum price, obviously to allay and to address that determination of inadequate competition, which of course is not just a single word or a single sentence. There is inadequate competition. It is a nuanced, carefully framed document that essentially takes a snapshot of what the competitive conditions in a market are at a given time. And it is then in response to that determination in all its nuance and complexity that as a organ of state, NERSA then exercises its power responsive to the contents of that determination. So our point was certainly not one that we thought the world might have changed and there would be free-flowing, happy competition in this market at that point. No, of course not. Our suggestion, however, our submission, however, Chair, is that for the process to be legal, there has to be an applicable determination of inadequate competition. To perhaps make an extreme example, one can't rely upon a determination that is 10 years old and say, well, the world has remained unchanged. So that is our point. Our obligation, duty at that juncture, but we say for it to be lawful and rational and proper, it has to be in response to a current determination of inadequate competition.
Okay, let me just also rephrase this question. Do you foresee any legal challenges in NERSA if NERSA were to approve, even if we approve efficiently incurred and prudently incurred cost in terms of this application, if we approve it for a period of 4 years, will there be a problem given the fact that you are saying the next round of inadequacy of competition is in 2028? Is there a problem if at this point in time there is no economic evidence showing that competition is adequate? And even if one were to get to 2028 or 2029, there is still no economic evidence showing that there is adequate competition. Would you have a problem that there is something that is has not been complied with?
Yes, that is our submission, Chair, that there would have to be, on our reading of the applicable statutory and regulatory scheme, there has to be an applicable, relevant determination of inadequate competition. Otherwise, we say on a proper reading of the statute, NERSA isn't in fact empowered to make it doesn't have the power, in fact. So it goes to V-raise, to the very heart of or core of the powers of NERSA, that it doesn't then have acquires the right and the obligation to approve maximum prices when there is inadequate competition in the market. And our submission is that there has to be a fresh, if you will, an applicable determination of inadequate competition. And that is, Chair, of course, why when an earlier determination which is made for a certain period, because of course the people making it can't look into the future ad infinitum. So when that's the very reason why when one determination, as it were, expires because the applicable period in respect of which it was made runs out, that NERSA does in fact undertake that process afresh. That's been the history. So had it been enough for NERSA to simply rely on an earlier determination, then there wouldn't be any further inquiries into this and any later determinations. That is with respect.
You are muted. You are muted, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Meyer.
Sorry, I certainly didn't mute myself. I think someone decided they'd heard enough of me. Chair, I'm not sure whether I was muted near the end, but I was simply submitting that that is our reading of the statute. And we, of course, we are here to, as we've at every occasion that we've had the privilege of presenting to you, we've adopted the view that we are here to assist the regulator, and albeit that it's not in the form of a legal opinion, but that's our reading of the law, and we submit to you, Chair, that is the correct reading of the applicable provisions.
In terms of this application, are you now saying that NERSA is prevented to approve the application as it stands if this application is up until June 2030, given your legal submission?
That would be a logical inference with respect, yes, Chair, to draw that an approval that goes beyond an applicable a determination of inadequate competition, that there is no power for a NERSA to do that.
Thank you very much. You may proceed with the other response.
That is as far as my response goes. Mr. Himan?
Thanks, Chair. As far as my notes are concerned, I think we have hopefully covered the four questions that were raised, or four themes rather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Human. Mr. Human, there is a part that as customers, you did not assist us in with regards to economic evidence that will enable the regulator to make an informed decision. I have indicated during the time when ESCOM presented that in as much as ESCOM at least touched on affordability, from the perspective of the customers, you have not touched on that. You only looked at the issue of cost and all of these things, but you're not talking about the impact of this from the customer's perspective. So from that perspective, and you don't have it even in your submission. I read your submission, and I could see that sometimes your submission is not really raising questions that the regulator should be assisted with. One of them, I will just list them so that you can then provide this in the next 7 days. In terms of the impact assessment and affordability, the risk of cost competitiveness for industrial customers, particularly those sectors that are exporting as well. So I asked this question from Sasol, and they will give us information. Unfortunately, from customers, we don't then have these questions, which is something that ICWASA ought to have presented before us. So that is the first part that we would like you to indicate. We have also spoken about the potential demand destruction and the potential closure due to a significant price increase. So that will be the second part. To what extent, what facts, what evidence do you have in respect of that? So that will be the second question, the second issue. The third issue is on the alternative, the switching costs. There I also asked from Sasol the tipping point, and it cannot just be Sasol that undertakes that exercise, perhaps to assume, but we want industrial customers themselves to indicate their appetite of absorbing the cost and their tipping point. And also if the economist here, obviously they will know for the tipping point if they can also conduct the SNP test so that we can, from the SNP test, have a better understanding of the sensitivity of the various customers and some of the switching cost. That will be the third aspect. The fourth one will then to present a price elasticity of demand analysis, and that must also go hand in hand, given that there is no alternative supplier during the period under review. that must go hand in hand with price sensitivity analysis. So that is not just the switching from the price elasticity of demand, but also the sensitivity, price sensitivity given those that will be captured and will not change the elasticity. I think I've already touched on the issue of affordability. Those are the additional submissions that we'll expect, in the same way that we have also asked from Sasol that they provide us with those additional ones. Any comments from your side before we proceed to the next presenter?
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present. We will consider these requests and revert to the regulator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Human. We thank you for your time. Thank you, colleagues. We'll now take the presentation from SLG. If we can have the representative, the legal representative.
Thank you, Chair. Chair,
right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I just want to put on record, are you objecting the taking the oath or affirmation?
Chair, I am an advocate at the Johannesburg Bar, not a senior counsel, but a junior counsel, and I fall in the same position as Mr. Meyering. I'm making legal submissions based on facts that SLG has presented in its own application, and our bar rules prevent me from taking an oath where I'm making submissions, legal submissions in a forum. So I would ask to be excused, as he was, from that obligation to go to make an oath.
Thank you very much. So we would not necessarily expect factual submissions from your side, except just legal submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I might also call up Mr. Chokolo, the CEO of Springlights Gas. He's going to introduce this presentation, so it may be that you want him to go on record.
Yes, yes, I will do that. Mr. Chokolo, can I see you?
Madam Chair, I am on video.
Yes, I can see you now. Yes, I can see you. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No, I do not, Madam Chair.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to provide to this panel will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
The person next to you, please, if that person can try and give you space so that whatever she's saying doesn't get to the record, as we indicated that the proceedings are recorded. May you please then state your name and your designation at SLG for the record?
My name is Mzoma Doda Chokolo. I'm the CEO of SLG.
Thank you very much. You may proceed with your presentation, Mr. Chokolo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time we've been accorded, and we will certainly try to keep to our undertaking that we'll be brief. I am joined by our legal advisors, Mr. Peter Smith and Mr. Quarter, but I think in this instance, Mr. Smith will probably do most of our legal presentation as briefed. Ma'am, the first thing I would like to really open with in terms of SLG's own presentation prior to handing over to our legal team is one, that SLG welcomes the initiative by Sasol Gas to resolve the gas supply shortage that is anticipated for the period between 2028 and 2031. It is a much needed initiative. And we certainly stand behind that. The second point is that SLG's contentions will primarily be centered around the mechanization of the solution, and therefore that becomes the substance of our submission. And really all we want ultimately is that SLG seeks an equitable position in how that solution is implemented, both for the supplier who is Sasol Gas or the group of companies at Sasol and the market ultimately. So in broad terms, SLG is aligned with the majority of the views that have already been expressed in the previous two presentations. And we would really, as I hand over to Mr. Smith, just focus really on highlighting the key and salient aspects of SLG's written submission in that regard. Peter, I'll hand over to you at this point in time. And thank you, Madam Chair. I will stand ready for any questions that require my specific inputs. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as Mr. Chokolo said, we submitted written submissions which contain the facts on which I'll rely today, and they go into more detail than I'll do. I'll attempt to highlight our major submissions. And our submissions are also in various respects not dissimilar from AGUA. There's some distinctions which we'll draw on, but I'll attempt not to repeat too much of what they said. As Mr. Chokolo said, we largely supportive of the MRG Bridge project in itself, in the sense of ensuring that there's a continued gas supply to the South African market. But SLG nevertheless has some serious concerns about the maximum price application which is presented to NERSA today. And I'd like to take you through SLG's three main submissions. And the first submission is that the maximum gas price for which Sasol applies for is not shown on the face of the application to be a cost-reflective price. And as I'll get to, that's predominantly driven by the dramatic and unexplained increase in MRG prices. The second submission is that we regard a multi-year approval as Sasol applies for inappropriate in the present circumstances. And that's because there's, even on Sasol's own version and its application, still material uncertainty as to various of the price determinants, which will factor into a price in future financial years. And the third submission is really the sole submission, which is specific to SLG, and that's in relation to the traders or resellers discount. And Sasol has proposed in its application to introduce or keep the minimum traders discount of 5%, which is provided for in the methodology. And it's SLG's submission that discount is just not sufficient to protect the position of traders, which are vital and, in fact, the only component of competition in the gas supply chain. So SLG submits that a higher discount should be approved. Now, the consultation document dealt extensively with the regulatory principles. Mr. Meyering did as well, as did Sasol. So I don't intend to go into any detail with respect to those principles. I did merely want to touch on what we regard as the most important principle, and those are obviously the regulation for price regulation principles. And in particular, I'd like to emphasize Regulation 4.4 and its twin components. Regulation 4.4 provides that a licensee may recover its investment and operational costs, provided those costs are actually incurred and they are efficiently and prudently incurred. And it also permits a recovery of profit commensurate with risk. And as Mr. Meyering briefly touched on, that has important implications for any price that Sasol sets. The price must not be imprudent or inefficient. It must have actually been incurred as opposed to merely estimated or hypothesized. And it must be a return which is not, and it must permit for a return which is not disproportionate to the risk. Together with the rest of Regulation 4, this Regulation 4.4 provides it entrenches the so-called cost-reflective approach that NERSA adopts to setting prices. And it's that approach which is reflected through the cost-plus framework that's adopted by the methodology. And Mr. Meyering dealt briefly with the Constitutional Court's judgment in PG Group. We'd like to just emphasize another very important component of that judgment. And there the court was concerned with costs and marginal costs and the like. And the court didn't merely state that a licensee's costs are an important component in determining maximum prices. It went further. It said that they're in fact a mandatory input which must be considered in the setting of maximum prices, and that's the actual costs incurred by the licensee. And without that, it has serious implications for the lawfulness of the maximum gas price ultimately approved. And it's SLG's submission that this cost reflectivity principle must be paid particular attention to in circumstances where costs are likely to be distorted. And this, we would submit, is precisely such a case where that may be the case, where there's a vertically integrated monopolist who supplies gas within its own group. And we'll develop that in the first submission, which I'll now turn to. SLG's first submission is that the maximum gas price for which Sasol applies is simply not been shown to be cost reflective on the face of its application. And as I indicated, the main driver of that maximum gas price is the methane-rich gas, or MRG price. And that price, while initially has a muted effect on the overall maximum gas price, it will come to dominate and exert a definitive effect on that price post-2028, where the volumes ramp up. Now, that price critically rests on a unseen and untested related party contract between Sasol South Africa and Sasol Gas. And as the regulator will well know, Sasol Gas is wholly owned by Sasol South Africa, or SSA, and they're both owned and controlled by Sasol Limited. So the important implication of this is that NERSA cannot simply assume, as I take it, it certainly does not, that the MRG price that is received from Sasol South Africa is market related. And we'll go onto that price right now, but merely highlight at this stage that SLG has serious doubts that it is in fact market related. And the important point is that Sasol is relatively indifferent to where it earns its return, whether it earns it at Sasol Limited, whether it earns it in Sasol South Africa, or whether it earns it in Sasol Gas. So then just turning to that price, as we've already traversed, that price has been suddenly revised, this MRG price between SSA and Sasol Gas, after 22 years on the 1st of January 2026. And just to give you an indication of the dramatic nature of that increase, a change was reflected on SLG's invoices between December 2025 and the first quarter of 2026. I don't think that change has necessarily gone through into the maximum price yet, but SLG's invoices reflected an MRG price of around 48 Rand at the end of December 2025, and that went up to a price of 191 Rand in the first quarter of 2026. So just to give you an indication, that's a roughly 291% increase in that MRG price, and that's the MRG1 price that AGUA refers to. And that price is also corroborated in the consultation document itself, where the MRG price plus the trading cost is put at a figure of 192 Rand, which notably is some 261% higher than the natural gas equivalent price of 53 Rand. And the most striking feature about this dramatic increase is that it's an increase that occurs where there's no change in the actual product that's been supplied from December 2025 to 2026. And while that price change has a relatively modest impact on the maximum gas price applied for in 2026, where the volumes of MRG are low, that price will come to have a dominant and dramatic effect as Sasol Gas and the industry goes through to 2030. And the Sasol Gas explanation for this, and this has been touched on by some of the other presenters and by you, Madam Chair, the explanation for this increase is really threadbare. The only explanation in the application is really that there was a reevaluation of this contract and suddenly it was found not to be cost reflective. It said to be onerous, and that SSA had to revise it. And I noted the language of the Sasol representatives. They suggested that the supplier of gas told them that it wasn't cost reflective and that this was the revised price. And you must obviously recall and remember that that supplier is SSA, Sasol Gas's Holly parent, which Holly owns it. And as we've also addressed, the price drivers are listed incredibly generically. It just says it's coal, electricity, oxygen, carbon cost, and OPEX. So the application itself contains no cost build-up. Nothing demonstrates the cost reflectivity of this price and this intergroup transfer price. And as you, Madam Chair, pointed out, there's no indication of a joint allocation or sharing of costs between liquid fuels, which these price drivers are also, these input commodities are also used in making. And it's difficult to hypothesize then where this increase comes from, this implausible increase, which is said to be cost reflective. There are a number of inferences which might be drawn from the application itself. The one is that there's an attempt to recover future investment costs, this 200 million rand figure. It would be difficult to justify those costs before they're actually incurred in terms of the framework. And Sasol has also ruled out the other available explanations for the increased cost, the opportunity cost and the possibility that, Madam Chair, you raised of Sasol trying to recover past losses under their past contract. So as AGUA does, we attempt to evaluate this price increase at two levels, and this is the pre-bridge level, the MRG1 level, as they call it, and the post-bridge level, the MRG2, as they call it. And the submission with respect to pre-bridge MRG1 is that there really can be no justification for this increase at all. MRG remains a mere byproduct of the Secunda processes. There's no dedicated investment flagged, no opportunity cost. At most, it's a joint allocation of production costs, as I've explained, and SLG submits that it's difficult to credibly expect this explanation to justify a 300% or nearly 300% change in the price of the product. And as my colleagues for AGUA pointed out, with respect to the post-bridge, the MRG2, there's similarly no justification. While one can anticipate that there may be some investment costs that need to be incurred, which will factor into this price, those costs are only vaguely estimated at a globular figure of 200 million. There's a disavowance of opportunity costs, and they merely state that the same production costs factor into this MRG2 price. And we would, without going into any further detail, we would support the distinction that AGUA seeks to draw between MRG1 and support their suggestion that there must be a distinct price between these two products. The one is a mere byproduct, which Sasol's been a byproduct of their processes for the last 22 years. The other is a specific product which is withdrawn from the loop and comes at an opportunity cost, which you could expect to pay a higher price for. And this MRG1 must maintain a separate price logically, and it should still maintain a separate price when it is and remains a component of the MRG production post-bridge. Sasol's application suggests that the byproduct MRG1 will still amount to about a third of the supply of MRG post-bridge. So it can't merely be equated with the MRG2 prices. So to conclude on the first submission, the burden of justification in establishing that the maximum gas price applied for is cost reflective falls on Sasol, and it does for a legal reason, and that's because the regulations demand that. And it also does for an important common sense reason. Sasol has the necessary information to explain how and why this price they apply for is cost reflective. And it's SLG's submission that it clearly hasn't done that on the face of its application. Its application doesn't comply with Regulation 4.4, which requires cost reflectivity and only a risk commensurate return. And therefore, SLG submits that it can't be approved in its present form. NERSA SLG submits, investigate the MRG price build-up pursuant to this intra-group SSA Sasol gas contract. And if it might be of assistance to the panel, SLG at paragraph 41 of its submission suggests the type of information that NERSA should require of Sasol. We think, Madam Chair, that you identified the real core of it in your suggestion that what is important to ascertain from Sasol is the way the costs are shared between the liquid fuels and chemical production and the MRG production. And also, we would submit and agree with you that it's important to understand an evaluation of the historical price and why this price was not cost reflective and why suddenly it needed to be increased by roughly 291%. SLG's second submission, and this will be a bit more brief, that submission is that NERSA should not approve, insofar as it approves any maximum price in pursuant to this application, it should not approve a multi-year determination such as Sasol seeks. And we merely point out that on the face of Sasol's own application, it acknowledges considerable uncertainty attending to the future years for which it applies for prices. It says, and I don't intend to exhaustively catalogue the uncertainties, but it says, for instance, that there's still uncertainty about when precisely natural gas availability will decline. It says, well, it's clear that there's uncertainty about the investment costs which will be necessary to adopt this bridge. It merely estimates those at a globular 200 million. And there's also, to some degree, uncertainty in relation to the actual decline of chemical and liquid fuel production as a result of the diversion of this MRG2. It says it merely falls within a range of 11 to 14%. So SLG submits where their material changes, where material changes are likely to the price determinants which feed into this price, the fixing of a future price for 3 years down the line simply makes no sense at all. And we would add that the request for a multi-year determination has significant implications. That the one important implication is that an approval of a multi-year price transfers a burden of justification from the licensee, Sasol, in asking for its maximum gas price onto NERSA. So ordinarily, the regulations and the methodology require a licensee to approach the regulator and say, we're applying for a maximum price, here's our justification for the maximum price. In circumstances where NERSA approves a maximum price over a period of 5 years, that price is then approved, and to the extent it needs to be changed because circumstances have changed materially, it's then NERSA that needs to do the running and needs to explain why the approval needs to be reopened or why there needs to be a clawback. And so it's SLG's submission in circumstances where the licensee itself acknowledges the extreme likelihood of uncertainty and change that a multi-year determination just makes no sense at all. And the second implication, it's a more hidden implication in the request for a multi-year determination, is that it also entrenches this extraordinarily high MRG price. What Sasol asks for is that it asks for its price to be set now for the next quarter, and then for a mechanism to be approved for adjusting that price in the future. And that mechanism simply mechanically feeds the contractual price from SSA and Sasol gas into the price that is then the approved maximum gas price. So there's no future scrutiny of this price, this MRG price, which is extraordinarily high and which will come to dominate the supply if NERSA simply approves this application for multiple years. Sasol's rejoinder and its suggestion as to why it needs this certainty now, as it says it needs it for a final investment decision. And it's our submission that this explanation just doesn't work. And that's really for 2 reasons. The first is that certainty is actually hard-coded into the regulatory framework. The regulations permit Sasol to recover, as I've mentioned in Regulation 4.4, prudently and efficiently incurred costs. It ensures that it can recover those costs, and it also permits it to recover a profit commensurate with its risk undertaken. And if those rules are applied fastidiously in the future years, which I have no doubt NERSA will do, there's no reason why Sasol shouldn't be able to recover efficient and prudently incurred investment costs. And the second submission on this score is what Sasol in fact seeks is extraordinary insulation from normal risks. What the whole regulatory framework seeks to, or endeavors to do, is to create an equivalent of a competitive market. It seeks to mimic a competitive structure. And in a competitive structure, a licensee who wants to make a bridge to a new gas supply and wants to make investment costs has no certainty as to the future prices it will be able to charge. Those will be dependent on what its rival traders are charging at. And it has to make those decisions without that certainty. So the position Sasol, in fact, finds itself in here is one of heightened certainty, where the regulations ensure it will be able to recover its costs and make a margin which is commensurate with its risks. So there really is no need for the level of certainty and insulation for risk which Sasol says it now requires to make this investment decision. So then turning to SLG's third and final submission, and that's that the trader's discount that Sasol proposes in its application is not sufficient. As the chair and the panel will be well aware, the methodology encodes a minimum discount for traders of 5%, and that's expressly a floor and not a ceiling. But NERSA's own consultation document suggests itself that this trader's discount just isn't sufficient in the circumstances of this case. And it points out early on in its evaluation of competition that the only segment of the market where there's true competition, or the only segment of the gas supply chain where there's true competition, is at the trading level. So it's SLG's submission that it's vitally important to protect competition, particularly at that level, and to ensure that it's effective and forceful and necessary competition. And the second support that's derived from the consultation document is that NERSA itself recognizes that these dramatic increases in gas prices are likely to harm, in particular, third-party traders and customers. And that, as NERSA recognizes, is because the prices that these traders are forced to charge as a result of their own trading costs and the margin they need to return are usually higher than the prices that Sasol charges. So, and as SLG explains in its application, these trading costs are real and significant costs. They include administration, financing, distribution, and marketing costs. These costs are not novel or contested. They are costs that are all routinely disclosed to NERSA and SLG's own price applications. And it's on the basis of these additional costs that SLG submits that a discount in the region of 10 to 15% of the maximum gas price for end users should be permitted for traders. And it submits that this discount is necessary to preserve the viability of independent traders and the vital competitive restraints that they exert over Sasol at the trading level. So then if I might just conclude and just to recapitulate our submissions are threefold. First, we submit that the maximum gas price currently applied for can't be accepted on the present application. Further information is required, in particular, in relation to the cost build-up of the MRG, and that can be sought by NERSA under Regulation 4.7. The second submission is that there should be no multi-year approval. Any approval should be limited to FY 2016 and FY 2017. And the third submission is that the 5% resellers or traders discount is not sufficient to protect traders and to protect competition at the trading level, and that this should be raised in the region of 10 to 15%. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to turn to the members of the energy regulator now to see if there are questions of clarity. By show of hands, members, if you do have questions. From my side, hearing the presentation, the part that I did not hear, which you did not demonstrate as SLG, is the evidence relating to what assessment have you done to reach the conclusion that the 5% discount is not adequate. You did not put evidence from your side to allow the energy regulator to have a look at your sort of efficient cost that you incur as an independent trader, firstly. Secondly, you did not provide information pertaining to the risk that an independent trader assumes. That becomes important because we need to see that value and the risk, investment risk, and other risk that are assumed by the independent trader. In that regard, it will enable the regulator to then make a determination and get a better sense of why the argument that 5% is not adequate. Thirdly, the terms that are available to Sasol's affiliated trading entity, the trading arm of Sasol, as we know that it does also trade in gas in competition with others such as yourselves. So that would necessitate NERSA to then, within the context of Section 22, to do the assessment of whether there is a potential margin squeeze that is happening where there's preference of the affiliated trading arm of Sasol at the expense of the other traders. So we don't have that information at the moment, which we need to undertake. The fourth thing is the impact of the proposed MRG acquisition cost reset. You did not provide to us what is the impact of the proposed MRG acquisition cost reset on SLG. That detail is lacking and makes it difficult for us to make an assessment. Also, the need to promote competition, yes, it is quite very important, but without you making or providing information showing that there will be a margin squeeze, there will be excessive pricing, there will be market foreclosure and lack of access for existing traders and those that might want to enter the market. You are not presenting that information to us for us to be able to undertake an assessment. So if you could kindly assist with that information in the next 7 days, we would appreciate that, as that information has not been provided on our side. But we also look at the proposed discount of 5%, maybe for purposes of that 87 rands per gigajoule, but when the price now gets to 106.71, whether that 5% will still be a fair discount and it should not be revisited. That will be part and parcel of our assessment. Let me hear SLG, and then I think you'll be the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair. And your points are well noted, and I'll let Mr. Chokolo come in to the extent he wishes to. We were obviously constrained to some degree by the public forum, the public nature of this, from disclosing particular cost information, but we really do appreciate the the opportunity to potentially provide that within the next 7 days, and we will, to the extent SLG wishes to provide that information, it will gather it and do so within the next 7 days. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, SLG. We look forward to receiving that information. Thank you for your time. At this point in time, I would like to give Sasol 3 to 5 minutes as an applicant. If Sasol, you could do your closing remarks as a reply to some of the issues that have been touched on by the presenters. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the first point, just to highlight very strongly, is the MRG gas that we are talking about is not a byproduct in the factory in Secunda. It is a fundamental building block of all the production activities that take place in the Secunda facility. In our engagements with the regulator in submitting the price application, as well as the quarterly submission of information to the regulator to monitor the underlying data for the calculation of the approved maximum gas price, Sasol Gas provides detailed cost information to NASA. Even though the cost or the prices charged by the gas producers is not subject to regulation by the regulator, we, in the interest of transparency, subject to the applicable confidentiality arrangements, provide those contracts as well as the confirmation of the fact that that cost was reasonably incurred by Sasol Gas in its capacity as a trader. So from that point of view, the regulator is put in a position to monitor and exercise its role with regards to the price regulation, and to the extent that additional information is required in order to enable NASA to perform that task, we will continue to do so. I think also in the presentation, it would appear that there is a suggestion that the only basis for any cost increase ever is the fact that there is a cost increase, and that is the only justification for a change in a contractual price. From a commercial and economic point of view, it is not possible for the producer of a commodity to continue to supply such a product at a price that's below the manufacturing cost of that product. What happened in this particular instance is, as a result of the consideration of the potential future supply of additional MRG, there was a look by the gas producer at the technical and commercial viability of the proposed project, and it was in that reconsideration of the situation that it was determined that the price provision that was agreed 20 years ago is no longer aligned with the current cost in the manufacturing of the MRG, and it is that situation that had to be rectified in order to put the producer in a position that it is no longer supplying the gas below cost. Now, in considering the circumstances in which this application is made to the regulator, Sasol faces two important choices. The first one is, as the volumes reduce, we've got three different options that we could implement. The one is that proportionally the volumes available basically just reduce over time, and to the extent that there is an inability to continue to supply, that both the internal supply and the external market just reduces over time until the gas is no longer available. The second option is that once the available volumes become so low that the external supply is uneconomical for Sasol, then the supply is terminated to the external market. And then the third option is to implement an interim arrangement. And it's in this context that in considering this price application, that NASA should also take into account the fact that as the volumes reduce, and it is not possible to service both the demand of Sasol as well as the external customers, that the way that the system is set up will continue to meet the demand of the external customers as far as possible. The second choice that Sasol faces is when it comes to the allocation of MRG, is whether to utilize that MRG for the manufacturing of the fuel and chemicals product in its factory in Secunda, or to allocate some of that gas in order to keep the piped gas market in place until a time when alternative supply like LNG is possible. In that context, it has to be taken into account that the MRG doesn't fall neatly into two buckets as some of the other presenters have seemed to indicate, that there is a MRG1 or MRG2. There is a single manufacturing and production of MRG, and all of the MRG in question is manufactured at the same cost. And in order for Sasol to ultimately exercise a choice of allocating the additional 40 petajoules per annum to the external market, it has to at least cover the cost of manufacturing that additional volume. The application should be considered by the regulator from that point of view. As far as the multi-year nature of the application and the timing of the application is considered, as we've indicated, the price calculation is not aimed and primarily set out to recover any capital investment that has to be done in order to make the project viable. However, without certainty about the price approach that will apply over the period for which the application is done, it would be very difficult for a final investment decision to be made in order to implement the project as intended. We also, with interest, heard the argument about the jurisdiction of and the authority of NASA to make a price approval in response to an application by a licensee. Section 21(1)(p) determines that in the absence of adequate competition as defined, NASA is then authorized to make a decision. Now, that is a legal test with regards to the jurisdiction of NASA to make a decision contemplated in that section at the time when the decision has to be made. And it doesn't speak to whether ultimately at a future date a multi-year decision as contemplated by the methodology adopted by NASA is continue to be valid or not. At the point in time when NASA is confronted by a request to make a application such as the one that is before it at the moment, the test is to establish whether NASA has the jurisdiction to make the determination and the decision or not. I think also with regards to the timing of the decision and the suggestion that the application may be premature, in that space, the option or the timeline is, as I've indicated, indicated by the need for a final investment decision if a final investment decision cannot be made, then the MRG bridge project cannot be implemented. And in terms of the applicable agreements, the Sasol is then faced with the need to terminate those agreements. If under such a termination of the agreements, it is subsequently then establishes a price approach that makes the continued supply viable, then that termination process has to be rescinded. And approaching the challenge that the market and Sasol is currently faced by that type of approach would create substantially more uncertainty for the customers in the market than the certainty that Sasol is requesting by submitting the application on the basis of a multi-year application in order to enable the determination of the price methodology for the 4-year period, which would enable Sasol to proceed with the implementation and the undertaking of this project that will ultimately enable the current market to continue receiving gas volumes up until June 2030. I think with those general comments, I will just hand over to Rudy if there's anything else to add. Otherwise, Madam Chair, that would be our concluding remarks for the public hearing. And to the extent that there is additional information that we have to supply that came out of the discussions earlier, we would do so within the 7-day period that normally applies to public hearings of this nature. Rudy?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Nothing to add, and we just our thanks for the spirit in which this hearing was conducted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasol. We thank you for your responses. I would like to also get written legal submissions insofar as the Section 21(1)P is concerned, both from the 3 parties actually, because even the Council for SLG has recommended that the approval must only be until 2027, 2028, not the other years. So I would then request some additional legal written submissions in that question of the 4 years from now to 2030. I note that, Mr. Menkis, you have responded on that, but it is important for the regulator to get the arguments clearly on what the parties are saying NERSA can do or cannot do in that regard. NERSA will make its own determination following those sort of legal submissions on that aspect that was initially raised by Advocate Meyering. If you can note that, Sasol, and the SLG as well as IGWASA, I think that is important. Then the second thing that I just wanted to say is that I think everybody is concerned about the security of supply, and what I'm hearing from the parties is that they are in support of the interim solution. However, that interim solution must not come at all cost, and it's not an interim solution that when it is presented one should not consider its prudency as well as efficient cost associated with it. That is quite crucial. We understand that Sasol needs to make an investment decision. However, it is also important that Sasol understands that the regulator will have to do its own examination of what is before the regulator and the parties themselves that are likely to be affected by the cost, which is not insignificant, that the parties also have the right. So it's important that Sasol listens to that as well, as opposed to saying that then customers, the contracts will be cancelled. That also will be something that the regulator will monitor carefully if there's going to be an automatic curtailment, which is something that we need to look at carefully and see how we can manage this. And the fact that there is a trading arm of Sasol that will continue whilst the others may not be able to continue. So it's something that needs to be looked at carefully by Sasol in as much as they are faced with time. What I'm hearing from the discussions here is that Sasol, from your side, in as much as you talk about how quickly you would like this matter to be decided on, at least from your side, for purposes of the FID, it is also incumbent on you to make available information that will enable the parties to be comfortable with the cost, because the cost that associated with the MRG. There is a profound change that must be acknowledged. It must be recognized. There's a profound change here from what the market is used to, especially on MRG. So if this profound change now, without another economic consideration where there is not just a price increase based on cost, but it is a price resetting to make sure that the value of the MRG is properly reflected. What the stakeholders are saying, that information which you are saying in your submission, there's a need for cost reflectivity. That cost to justify cost reflectivity, it is not made available. It is not sufficient. They are unable to engage with it. In as much as we, as the regulator, said, please add additional cost. So nobody is rejecting anything upfront. But the issue here is transparency. And that's the key thing for regulation, transparency. So there is this inadequacy from your part on this application of making available cost information so that everybody can see this and be satisfied that indeed these are prudently incurred and efficiently incurred costs. And therefore, the regulator can make a decision that is appropriate and consistent with the law. That's the message that is coming out. And it is not a message that says that they are rejecting the proposed solution, but also there must be fairness when such costs are imposed, as opposed to arguing a commercial agency without satisfying certain legal requirements. I think that is something that we need to take into account. Then lastly, what I would then want to also say is that you will also note, Sasol, that the way that the application came about, because there are certain changes that are being made in transporting the gas to the network system, that licensing aspect is the prerequisite. Then a price in Section 21 becomes the condition of license. But now the sequence has been different here. So you must also take that into account to say, from your part, did you tick all the boxes appropriately and sequenced all of these activities appropriately? So that's another thing that you also need to come to the regulator about, because Section 21 are conditions of license. And this price related to MRG and the resetting thereof and additional volumes, which are appreciated, they also need to make sure that they are done consistent with the law. With those remarks, I would like to thank you, everyone, for attending this public hearing. Thanks to the presenters, and I'm looking forward to the additional information that we have requested in this hearing to reach NERSA at least in the next 7 days. And we are also thankful to those that have listened and did not disrupt the proceedings. Thank you to the members of the Energy Regulator. This hearing is now adjourned, and have a productive afternoon.